Another awesome song from Filter. This is one of my favorite bands ever. I'm so happy that Filter came out to our Halloween event, and they're playing for us and for you guys. I hope you're enjoying it. Filter is the bomb, and I don't say that because I'm too old to say it, but I just said it, okay? And I think Susan's probably laughing somewhere at me for just saying the bomb. But that is what Filter is, because they're amazing. Okay, guys. Earlier we saw the video of the doll. We saw some, amazing stuff going on in the children's playroom. It's a little space. It's a small spot. And if you've been watching the other channels, you've probably been watching Becca investigate in there and do a variety of things, experiments, and so forth. I got to tell you, when I was in that room, it was creeping me out when we did our little setup for the video that you saw earlier. So it's one of those places where it's full of dolls, it's full of antiques, it's really creepy, and I'm going to send you there right now to Becca.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Children's Nursery. For those of you who've been watching the live show, I know some of you in the chat room have been following us along here and seeing the happenings. We had some activity with our cameras glitching out, and it seems like we didn't necessarily want everybody from home watching along. We were getting responses with the cat ball going off for a very long period of time. So we had just left because we heard there was some activity. We didn't touch it. You kicked it over.
It could have been like they could have. I think I noticed correctly.
Yeah. Okay. It's okay. But we ran down to the engine room because we heard there was some activity happening there, and it felt like it was kind of a little quiet in here. But something told me that once I left and turned my back to the room, something would beckon me back. So here we are. So we're what do you guys feel like doing? You want to do some more EVP? We seem to have some good luck with.
Yeah, definitely EVP is working, and then she was responsive with these little cat balls around her. So I'd like to see if we can just try to get her to interact a little bit more.
Yeah, let's try another EVP session. We have that K2 up there. Let me see if it's in frame there for you guys.
First, the Dark Zone gave you unprecedented access to the real Conjuring house. Viewers had 24/7 live streaming access to the isolated camera feeds in the house to become remote ghost hunters, reporting paranormal sightings as they occurred. Then, we spent 4 days live inside the Lizzie Borden murder house. Now, for this Halloween, the Dark Zone will give you live streaming 24-hour around-the-clock virtual access to one of the most haunted locations on Earth, the Queen Mary. This Halloween, the Dark Zone brings you a 4-day live streaming paranormal event as Aidan Sinclair, Susan Slaughter, and all of your favorite paranormal researchers investigate the storied hotspots and literally get down to the bottom of the ship, right down into the deepest, darkest depths. And at the Queen Mary, things are going to get festive. On Halloween night, we'll be hosting a virtual party with celebrity guests, music performances,
I've been waiting for this moment all my life, but it's not quite right. Frankenstein, just some un-American.
and a viewer costume contest. And on the last day, don't miss our Dia de los Muertos celebration. Come for the ghosts and stay for the party.
And welcome back, Dark Zoners. Thank you for being back with us. We are in Southern California, and we are on the Queen Mary, right?
Another day on the greatest lady at sea.
Absolutely.
Or tied to a pier, as the case may be.
Our last day.
It
I'm
is.
actually really sad to say that.
Yeah, it flew by too fast, actually.
It really did.
It's been an awesome event, though, so far, right? It's been an awesome event, guys. We've had 3 previous days here of amazing investigations. We've had bands, as you've seen. We've had celebrity guests with us, and we've had incredible evidence up to this point. And we're going to be talking about some more evidence in a little bit. But today is our 4th day, and it is, what is it?
It's Dia de los Muertos.
Yeah.
It is.
All right.
The Day of the Dead, my friends. This is the place to be to celebrate it, I think, and kind of let that kind of festive just energy come back to the ship so we can celebrate those who were and those who might still be.
And being Southern California, being Los Angeles, this is the best place to be doing
It
this,
absolutely
right?
is.
100%.
Absolutely. So, we want to do Dia de los Muertos for you guys. Dia de los Muertos is Day of the Dead. A lot of people think it's like, kind of this creepy celebration, but really it's not. Really, it's about, kind of honoring those who have passed, our loved ones, and respecting them. So we're going to throw a little package your way. We got a little video that will explain what Day of the Dead is. So now we have with us some special guests from the team Haunted Orange County. We've got Ernie Alonso, and we've got Ram Ramirez. You guys are here to help us celebrate Dia de los Muertos, right?
Yes, we are. We're going to be setting up a traditional altar for you all to see what it looks like, and we're going to, as we go through it, we're going to explain what each level represents and what the different items that we brought today represent. There's about 28 different items that you can actually put on the altar, but we just brought probably about 8 to 10. So we're going to be able to go through that and explain what each of those items mean and their significance in the holiday.
Well, let's give a little explanation to the audience right now. Let's explain the altar, what it is, what it means, what it symbolizes. And I mean, this is something that a lot of, culturally, a lot of families will actually do, and they'll put up in their homes, right?
Yes, there's a lot of Los Angeles, Hollywood Forever Cemetery does a big event, downtown Santa Ana does a big event as well. And so what the altars are there to represent the 3 different levels. There are usually 3 levels. The first level represents the underworld. The second level represents earth. And then the very top layer represents heaven. So you'll see photos of your loved ones at the very top, maybe photos, maybe an image of a saint or several saints at the very top. And folks would normally set these up in their homes to welcome the dead back on actually November the 2nd, which is All Souls Day. Today is actually All Saints Day on the Catholic calendar. And so these altars are set up inside the home to welcome the dead back. And they'll put marigolds out just because of the scent of the flowers to help draw the dead back. Also candles to light the path. And we're going to be setting that up for you so you can kind of see what that looks like here. But it's every November 2nd. And so we're excited to set one up for you guys so you can kind of see what that looks like.
I'm excited to have some photos on there. I definitely brought some things to contribute to the altar today. I think we all did.
Yeah.
And every year, personally, I set up a altar around it's less pumpkins for me and definitely more altars, just because I do like to connect with my ancestors and the people that have passed in my life. So this is actually the first year, because I've been doing this event, that I haven't set up the altar. So I was really bummed out about that, but it made me so happy to know that, first of all, Ernie, I've known you forever. We've done events together. We've ghost hunted together. So I just want to throw that out there. I love Haunted OC. We've been tight for a long time. Yeah. And when I found out that you were building the altar, I knew it was going to be beautiful. So I'm very excited to have you and your team here tonight. So thank you so much for being part of the Dark Zone event.
And I know people have brought photos of their loved ones,
Yes.
and there's actually some items, personal items, even some from the ship that are very special that we're going to put up there on the altar as well. So
What did you bring?
We brought 2 things. We brought a scrapbook that was made for the celebration of the launching of the Queen Mary, which was in 1934. When a ship would first touch the water, they called that the launching, and it would usually take a couple of years after that to actually finish her. Mm-hmm. And it was such a big deal when the Queen was launched that it was kind of a national party. And there's photographs of the launching and photographs of the King and Queen and the people who really made it happen, all the working people that built the hull. And all those people, that did that construction, they've passed on. They're not with us anymore, but we have this memorial to them. Exactly. And then we also have a scrapbook that was kept by a young lady who experienced the Queen Mary in 1958. She sailed on a Girl Scout trip and went from New York to Europe and then back. And she was like Becca. She's like a souvenir person. Becca was like, gotta have a souvenir for everything.
I don't keep tea bags though.
That's true.
She kept her tea bag from
France. But she kept like little things all along the way. So in that scrapbook is like her passport is actually in there from the trip. It's got all of the menus from the Queen Mary, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There's a passenger list of like who sailed, and everybody that she was on the ship with in tourist class, because she was a tourist class passenger.
Well, and her entire Girl Scout troop as well, because she ended up celebrating her birthday on her way back. So there's all these handwritten birthday cards in there as well.
Yeah. So that's probably the most awesome thing that's going to be on that altar.
It's really cool.
Only because it's from the ship, and there's so many personal artifacts that are part of that date all the way back to there were her personal items. So that's perfect.
There's even kind of like you can kind of project into it because we don't know this woman and we didn't get to meet her, but you can read little notes and it looks like there might have been a little shipboard romance in there. It's really cool because you can see her come on board and talk about traveling, and then later on there's these birthday cards, and this guy comes up and she talks about dancing, and there's all these little notes, and it's literally a month of someone's life, but it's so well chronicled that you actually get to know this girl. So it's going to be really cool, and I think that's a cool piece of history to contribute to.
Awesome.
That is cool. Yeah. So I got to say, I'm married into a Mexican family, but my wife doesn't speak Spanish, And we're not really, for whatever reason, up on the culture that much, right? So we don't do this. You're more into the culture than I am because you do it. We don't do this, but I'm a little embarrassed to say that my knowledge kind of Day of the Dead is from a Pixar movie for the most part. But I did want to ask you for anybody who might be wondering, is like, what is the ultimate kind of goal, or, is it just to continue to remember your loved ones, keep them alive, through this process?
Well, the actual holiday, All Souls Day, in the Catholic Church, well, there's a video they're going to play later that kind of talks about how it kind of was integrated from a Mayan, Mexican holiday or ritual that was done that included a lot of stuff that's a lot different than what the Catholic Church celebrates, which is human sacrifice. And we're going to kind of go into that in the video. But the day is actually to remember the souls of our loved ones, to pray for them. It's a big day for families to gather in cemeteries, and sometimes they'll set up small altars in the cemetery, but the main altar is usually done at the home. But it's a day that's set aside to pray for our loved ones that have passed on and to remember them and to welcome them back.
Now, in kind of the worldwide Spanish-speaking, there's a lot of Spanish-speaking countries, and there's a lot of Spanish, based culture all over the world. Does Day of the Dead translate, or Dia de los Muertos translate to all kind of Spanish-speaking cultures?
It's primarily a Mexican holiday.
Okay.
But it is celebrated throughout Latin America.
Right, okay.
It's always fascinating to me, too, how that period of Halloween through All Souls Day, how multicultural it is, and how many different places around the world found that day to be the day that they believe the veil was thin, or that we should celebrate the dead. In Ireland, it's Samhain, and it's like it's become this kind of pagan heritage, and these are people like pagan Irish didn't know Mayan, so there was no way for them to communicate. Yet these cultures celebrated at the same time, and they were celebrating the same thing. Like the changing of the seasons was so significant that I don't know if that's what compelled it to become such an iconic day in so many cross cultures. But it's amazing how, as time progressed, that some cultures have forgotten to celebrate. And in Latin American culture, it's never faded. It's always been a special day.
Yeah, and it's kind of taken a life on of its own here in the United States because it's become more of a pop culture thing in a lot of communities.
Yeah.
I grew up in Santa Ana and Romero as well, or Orange and Santa Ana. And there's festivals all over the place in downtown Santa Ana, and it's really, they're getting bigger every year. There's parades now, there's festivals that go on for a couple of days. So, yeah.
And it's also cool to see that culture kind of be brought into the public eye more. There was a period where it was just this quiet thing that was done in very small communities, and it really wasn't talked about outside of the community. You didn't really know it. So I think it's kind of cool that we're able to kind of bring it back here to the Queen Mary and, bring it to life. So I can't thank you guys enough. Maybe the first time there's
been an altar set up here for
the
Day of the Dead.
As far as I know, it's the first time anyone's ever done it.
We're honored. Thank you guys for having us.
I do have another question. Yeah. My daughter is infatuated with these skulls.
Oh, the skulls.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
skulls.
she loves them. I buy them for her whenever I see one, What is the origin? Where does this come from? The decoration, the designs, and all that?
Well, this is just another way to celebrate the Day of the Dead. There's a video that's going to be played later where I'm going to show how to actually make them from scratch.
That's cool.
And how to decorate them. But it's just a fun way to remember the dead, and there's a lot of different ways you can decorate them. People make masks out of them, but I'm going to be showing you how to make the traditional ones that they're really easy to do at home, just using real sugar and a few other ingredients. And you'll be able to do yours at home if you're...
that's cool. Okay.
Normally what I do is I end up going to Olvera Street and just going to all the little, shops that they have there and buying just tons and tons and tons of sugar skulls.
Yeah.
I also love having the Santa Muerte candles and putting them on my altar and I never know what to do with the sugar skulls after. What's the proper way? Do you throw them away? me? Do you
know what? They're really rigid because I use where most people use royal icing to decorate it, and that stuff gets really hard, almost like cement. And so you can actually keep them. I've kept mine for like 3 or 4 years, and I just kind of throw them in a box. I don't even wrap them, and they're good. So I use mine over and over, and then sometimes like
take a bite out of them sometimes.
Yeah,
I've tried that. I've tried that. I've also left them out, and it was just like ants city, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like I have to keep them in like little things that have like moats around them with water, so the ants don't get to them. It's a whole process, trust me.
Yeah, no, but they're fun to make, and it's become a family tradition. Every couple of years, we'll refresh ours, and we'll make new ones.
That's cool. That is awesome. All right, guys. Well, listen, we've got a day full of events for you. We've got music coming up, right?
Yes, so right now I'm very excited to keep things in the realm of Dia de los Muertos. We have a very special presentation to you today. Our first musical guest here on November 1st.
Double sticks is split, it's the ace of spades, the ace of spades. Come on, you know I'm on to lose.
That was Metalachi, guys, and we're going to have more Metalachi over the course of the day. These guys are amazing. I mean, I had not heard, no, that's not true. I had heard of them, but I hadn't heard the music until you brought them up.
Yeah, I thought they would be perfect for the event. And when they decided to perform for us, they were like, where do we go? Because we do covers. And then I was like, I don't know. I remember the day they asked me that Eddie Van Halen passed away. And then I was like, you know what? I think we need to feature some songs from rock and roll artists who have passed on, especially for the, and commemoration for the Day of the Dead.
Right.
So all of their set is from songs, from musicians who have passed on.
Right. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, and I can't wait to hear more of them over the course of our day. So, I believe we've got a guest coming in. Okay. Susan, off to you to talk about Dead Sarah Sweepstakes.
All right. Well, so we also have another badass band that we're going to be featuring today. Dead Sarah is in the house with us. And I honestly am so excited to have them on because I personally love them. I've seen them play live, and they're just going to melt your faces with their breakdowns. I'm so excited. Just like we had yesterday, we do have 2 VIP tickets to give away to the next Dead Sarah live show. So don't forget to put your name in on that so we can call out the winners. We're actually going to be calling out the winners for that today. And the winners of the 2 VIP tickets for Dead Sarah will actually get a call in live with the band today. So that's another little special treat we have going on for you guys with Dead Sarah. So stay tuned for all of that good stuff coming up.
All right. So we have a special guest now coming back to us. We saw her yesterday. She's one of our favorite people in the world. Let's bring in Andrea Perrin. Andrea, we got Roger. Andrea and Roger. So good to see you guys. Hello.
Hey, Jay. How are you, darling?
Doing great.
Good.
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
I've been hearing you guys. Good. I heard you've been rocking it. I mean, like really rocking it. That's great. I'm so glad this has been a successful event. Because, I mean, countless people get to see that remarkable ship because of what you guys did. So
right.
Just reach over and pat yourself on the back, damn it. Just do it.
There we go. Patting me on the back. Well, listen.
Did you? You actually did it? Good.
Yes, I love the ship, and it's something that for us there's a connection because this is where I know we didn't meet here for the first time, but we spent some time here, and this is where you met my wife. Now you have some stories to tell us about the ship. Yeah, thank you. She is the goddess. She loves it when you say that.
She is.
So you've got some stories to tell us about the ship, but I understand that they involve your uncle. I would love to hear this story about your uncle.
Well, let me backtrack just a little tiny bit because yesterday, I didn't really tell the whole story, but that's okay. It's just that, most everybody that knows our family knows that it was my first and only trip to the Queen Mary. When landing at LAX, I discovered that my father's youngest daughter, my baby sister, had passed away overnight. And so, as Chip Coffey said, my paranormal family circled the wagons. And I told the story about her reaching into my cell phone and making the whole surface the next morning in the wee hours, making the whole front of my cell phone just go completely milky white, and 3 large, huge font, bigger than any cell phone could ever make, came up and it said, "Talk to me." And so I did. And when the phone went back to being normal and I was done crying and, just chewing her out for leaving too soon, I decided I needed some more coffee. And I went up to, I don't know what you call it, Jay. It's the big long deck that's got all the big, huge, it overlooks the parking area, and it's a wooden deck and it's open to the outside. You can see everything. And I don't know what it's called, the promenade deck or something like that.
Just so you know, Andrea, I've got Becca and Aiden sitting right here next to me on the couch. They know everything there is to know about the ship. So if you have any questions that they can chime in about, feel free.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Aiden, oh my God, honey, I need to talk to you. You need to call me. I'm sorry to use your air to tell him that, but it's really, really important that I talk to Aiden. Okay? And hi, Becca. Love you,
Anytime, Andrea.
but Aiden, I need to talk to you. Call me. Not right this minute.
I will give you a call right away, Andrea. and I remember that trip that you were out.
Thank you,
I remember that
darling.
day very well.
Yeah.
So we miss you.
Yes, you were there, and you know, part of what I miss you too,
So
sweetheart.
you were on
but
the
you were a
promenade
part
level.
of that paranormal family. I was.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm walking down there, and I had the presence of mind, you know, to put some shoes on, and I'm walking towards the Starbucks, hoping that they were open that early in the morning. And you know how it gets all cloudy and misty all around the ship as the fog is coming in, and it was very spooky looking, but it was also glorious and beautiful. And frankly, you know, and I'm just going to say this the best way I know how, I had suffered blunt force trauma, and anybody whoever has knows that it magnifies and it enhances all of your surroundings and your memories of them while you're going through that process. And so I'm walking down this deck, and I'm alone on the deck, and I look up, and ahead of me, walking toward me, is this very tall, slender man who, the closer I get to him, I see that he has a very, very peaceful face, very placid, very just lovely and elegant. And he was dressed in a dove gray suit that was the most beautiful suit I had ever seen. And he had a fedora on. And I remember thinking to myself, what the hell is he doing up at this hour dressed like that? And as I'm walking past him, he reaches up and he just tips the top of his hat as if to say, good morning, ma'am, but he didn't speak. And I took another couple of steps past him, and I could hear his footsteps. I could hear him on that wooden floor. And I turned around to look at the back of his suit and his elegant gait, and he was gone. And I have no idea who that gentleman was, but he appeared to be flesh and blood to me. And he recognized that I was there because he greeted me in his very understated way. So I went and I got some coffee, and I went back to my room, and I called my father, and I told him, I said, Dad, you know, I need to feel Uncle Gene. I need to feel Uncle Gene on the ship. Well, just before I left for the Queen Mary, just before I left for that trip, maybe a few days before, my father stopped me in my travels buzzing through our house, getting ready for what was a really big trip across country. And he said, did I ever tell you that your uncle, your great uncle, my Uncle Eugene, would travel back and forth from Europe on the Queen Mary every 3 years?
Every 3 years.
And he would come. He served Pope John the 23rd in the Vatican. He was a brother of the Sacred Heart. He spoke how many languages? Seven languages fluently. Brilliant man. But the kindest, most gentle man I have ever known in my entire life. And I sent Danny a picture of him. So at some point, you know, just put him up. And I want people to see this incredible man that was at what factored so prominently in my life. And he died at what age? Like 52? 52 or 54. He died around the same age that Pepe died. His brother.
I would say about 57.
Oh, okay. All right, so this is what happened. We're living at the farm.
We have that picture, Andrea. We do have that picture. We can put it up. We can get that up for you. I saw it earlier. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's great.
There we go.
Beautiful, isn't he? Just beautiful. Yep.
Yep.
And
that's a
thank
cool
you
picture.
for sharing that. I want your viewers
So what year is that? What year would you say that is?
1960.
was done, when the picture was done? What year do you think?
Oh,
Was that done at the Vatican?
No, I believe that was done in the 50s.
Okay, maybe in the 50s, and it was colorized. You can tell that it has been colorized, but the detail in his face, it was a photograph that was then kind of done. They used to do that, a photograph and kind of turning it into a painting. But we were living at the farm. I was, I think, 15 when he died. And Dad got up one morning and I was already sitting at the kitchen table. And nobody, I've never told this story to anybody. This is a first. But Dad walked into the kitchen. He could smell I had made a pot of coffee. And as he was walking past the phone, I was already drinking a cup of coffee. And as he was walking past the phone, it began to ring. And I looked at him and I said, "That's Aunt Irene. She's calling to tell us Uncle Gene passed." And the look on do you remember the look on your face? I mean, at first I thought he was angry at me, for saying something, but it was just shock and horror that I would say something like that, because he was supposed to come see us again that summer. And sure enough, he picked up the phone and it was Aunt Irene telling us that Uncle Gene had passed. And
Yeah.
I was like, I felt like saying, "Now do you believe me when I tell you something's about to happen or something, now do you believe me?" And I don't even know, Jay, I don't even know where those words came from. I don't even know. It was not a conscious thought. I swear to you, it just came through my mouth to my father. And there was Aunt Irene on the phone. So Dad tells me all these years and decades later that Uncle Gene would always travel back and forth on the Queen Mary. And I wanted to go out there and have a sense of him. Well, all that went right straight to hell when I lost my sister the night before. I was still packing when April died, and I don't understand how I didn't feel that happen, but I didn't. And we had talked at length earlier in the night. She called every single member of our family that day and spoke to all of us. It was almost as if she had a premonition of her own death. And, so we got out there and I wanted Chip Coffee to, maybe be able to communicate with my uncle or communicate with my sister. I wanted to feel him. I wanted to feel him on the ship. And instead, everything else was happening. There were so many other things I was seeing. It was like I was busted wide open. I was just busted wide open. And I could see, I could just see so many, I could see apparitions out of, peripherally all around me. One in one of the, up on the starboard side on the bow. And then everybody said, "Andrea, do you feel up to calling the ETs?" And so the second night that we were there, I just, raised my hands and I began with my crackly, tear-gobbed voice to start singing to them. And in the midst of a fog that was so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, lights were shooting out of the sky everywhere. I mean, you ask Grant Wilson, you ask Amy Bruni, who literally left the deck because she was so freaked out. She went back inside the ship. And of course, John Tenney was standing there like, "Wow, cool," It's so him.
Mm-hmm.
I felt completely, utterly surrounded by spirit and by the galactic family. And Jay, I'm telling you that the reason why I felt that was because I was being supported by all of them.
Right. Yeah.
Remember, I called you and I told you?
when we met, I saw what you were going through, and it was obviously unfortunate and very sad, and I felt really bad for you, but you were keeping it together. You're a tough woman, and you went through the event that you were brought here for, and you did, all the things that you do, and I was very, very impressed. I mean, because I saw what you were going through, I did want to ask you, so did you ever get a sense of your uncle at all while you were here? Or were you just so overwhelmed by, what you were obviously going through at the time?
I'm going to bring my dad in on this because this is a story that's going to blow your mind. About a week before I left for the Queen Mary, do you remember that I walked out into the office and I said, "Dad, I can't find the rosary beads"?
That's right.
Remember?
I remember that now. Yes. No, he gave me a set of rosary beads when he was here, and I kept them for quite some time. I guess that had been like 10 years before. 10 years before he met my kids at the farm, and I kept the rosary beads. And then finally, one day, I picked them up and I said, "This should go to a very special person," and that was my little girl. So I gave it to Annie, and she kept it until one day.
Oh, decades. I had them for decades. I was in my 20s when you gave me the rosary beads.
That's right.
And they were rosewood, and they were from the Pope as a gift to Uncle Eugene.
They were blessed by the Pope.
Yeah.
Yep. And she lost. I don't remember exactly.
I never let them out of my sight. They were always with me all the time. And as I was getting ready to pack and, of course, take them with me, reason being, I wanted to take them with me out to the ship after Dad told me about Uncle Gene's attachment to the ship. He said, Uncle Gene said those were the happiest days of his life on that ship, right?
He sailed on that ship at least 10 times.
Yeah, back and forth to England.
Over a 30-year period.
Yeah, over a 30-year period when he lived in the Vatican. And so I wanted to take the rosary beads because I wanted to have something physical to hand to Chip Coffee so that maybe he could pick up on Uncle Gene on the ship. And the rosary beads were gone. They were freaking gone. I tore this house apart. I sobbed like a little kid. I couldn't believe. I retraced every step that I had taken. I called every place where I had been. Because I always kept them in my handbag and always kept my handbag close, and they were just gone. Well, the previous Christmas, April had given me a little makeup case. It was just a little tiny case, a deep blue and big, large, very colorful, like Victorian flowers on it. And I didn't use it as a makeup case or for jewelry because it was just too pretty, and I didn't want anything to happen to it. So I leave it in my Victorian boudoir up against one of my mirrors because it looks so pretty in there. Well, needless to say, when I went out to the ship and dealt with all that I dealt with, which was just a swirling blur of activity that weekend, when I came home and Dad picked me up at like 11 o'clock at night, I was crazy. Oh, yeah. I traveled all day long to get back. And I went into the bathroom when we got back to the house, and I started screaming for my father, because those rosary beads were inside that unused makeup bag sitting open on my bathroom dresser on the vanity. They were not there before. And the next morning, after I pulled myself together and we're on our way to the funeral in Georgia, we had to leave early in the morning, and I called Chip Coffee, and I was like, what the F? Chip, like, what's going on here? And he said, honey, don't you realize you didn't need those rosary beads to be in touch with your uncle? He's with you all the time. but he did need them to help cross your sister. And now she has crossed, and he gave them back. And
Wow.
that was probably the most powerful experience that I had over the course of those days as we were driving. And my father sitting right next to me driving in the car, and the tears are just pouring down our faces. And I'm not a practicing Catholic anymore, but I have to tell you that that set of rosary beads and that beautiful, beautiful picture of my uncle hanging above my desk are two of my most prized possessions in the world. And in spite of the pain that it creates, it brings me great comfort. Excuse me, to know that she is with him and he helped her.
That you're right. You did knock my socks off with that. You blew my mind with that story. That is an amazing story. I wanted to ask you. Rebecca. Becca and Aiden are going to be investigating later today or this evening. And if you wanted us or them to try to make contact with your uncle, was there some area that your uncle liked to frequent on the Queen Mary? Or is there something specific that you would want them to try to do in terms of reaching out to your uncle?
It's been so long since I spoke with him that right now I don't believe I could remember anything that he told me about the ship, except that he used to sail it every 3 years. And he would take a trip to Naples first, then he would get over to the ship. Can you hear me?
Jay, can you hear Dad okay?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And while we're investigating, we'll definitely keep him in our thoughts, and kind of respect that and kind of, think about his presence here and how much good counsel he must have given people when they were going back and forth, because it's like being a fireman. A priest is really never off duty. Every person they interact with, they do all they can to comfort them and make them feel better. And, there's definitely that kind of presence here, so maybe that has a lot to do with the way people feel just when they come on the ship, how sometimes you walk in and you just feel better. And all you did was take a walk down the promenade,
Yeah.
I really do think some of the things that show up because people need them to. So we've got some questions that are coming our way. We've got some questions that are coming our way from our viewers. They're asking you some questions. So let me give you the first one.
Okay, Dad.
Felicia is. I'm sorry. So let me give you the first question, guys.
That's okay.
Felicia is.
Got a little delay.
Andrea, Felicia is asking if spirits continue to follow you to this day.
You want to answer that one, Dad?
All we got to do is go to the farm and they all come to us. It's a natural thing. And that's where my uncle first found out about everything.
Yep.
My uncle came to visit shortly after we moved into the farm, and my children, my 5 daughters, cornered him and started telling him everything that was happening at the farm. And after they got through with him, my wife went to him and said the same thing, wanted to tell him everything that was happening at the farm. Well, that was quite a trip for him. And then he left, and about a month later, we met again a few times. And then about a month later, he went back to Rome. He was the dean of the Sacred Heart College of Rome, Italy, for 37 years. So he worked a lot with a lot of children and a lot of people that he helped. And it wasn't a matter of a couple of months. My wife and I were at the house when a limousine pulled up in the driveway, we had a circular driveway, and out walked this priest. He was dressed like I could not believe. Everything was pressed to the hilt. It was incredible. Came to the door. I answered the door and asked him if I could help him. And he says, yes, you can. He says, I've come to visit your house. He says, you're here to visit the house? I says, who sent you? He says, the Pope. I says, the Pope? Well, who told the Pope? He says, I believe your uncle told him. So when he told the Pope just looked at him and said, don't worry, I will take care of them. I will send a priest there. So
He's an exorcist.
He was an exorcist. And he asked me if he could stay at the house to visit for a while. So for about 4 hours, he went through the complete house, upstairs, downstairs, on the middle floor, out to the barn. He went everywhere he could possibly go. And we were in the kitchen having a cup of coffee when he came in and said, you know something? He says, I've got good news and I've got bad news. And I said, well, really? How about telling me the good news first? He says, well, the good news is you have no demonic spirits in this house. He says, but the bad news is you have so many spirits. He said, I couldn't count. He says, way over 20. There is no way that we could conceivably cleanse the house at this point. And he says, I'm so sorry. He says, however, good news, you could live very well here. He says, you could live with these spirits. They'll be okay. And
they still live with us.
They still live with us.
They still do. They travel at will. They show up at moments in time, fully show. At times when we need them is when they show up. And it's not just us going to the farm. It's, they're in a different realm entirely, honey. They can travel at will. And so every now and then we'll have experiences with spirits that we know from the farm, down here in Florida.
Oh, yeah.
I think they come for the good weather, frankly, but I also think that they come to help lift us up when we need it most. And Dad and I both developed very strong kinships with the spirits in the house. My mother and my sister Cindy were the ones that were being attacked by one of the malevolent, and I believe the only one that was malevolent. I think most of them were benign or benevolent spirits that really actually loved us. Oh, she senses something. She senses something, Dad. All right, peanut butter cup's going off, and this house is empty except for us in front of this computer.
We have a male spirit here in this house.
Yeah, leave it to my father to, choose a haunted house to move into in Florida. Peanut butter, come here, baby. It's okay.
We do have.
All right, so I'm
we do have
sorry.
some more questions for you, Andrea.
Activity in the house right now. Okay.
Shoot.
I was given a question in my ear from Caitlin, who wanted to know what the scariest paranormal experience was that you had.
The seance. The night of the seance.
The night of the seance was unbelievable.
Yeah, Ed and Lorraine Warren came to the house. Dad had just come home from an extended trip. Pick her up, Dad. Let's comfort her. It's okay, sweetheart. We just had a shadow figure walk right through the hallway out of my closed bedroom door. When I tell you I have no privacy here, I am not even kidding around. They felt that it was absolutely imperative that a seance be conducted at the farmhouse to determine who the malevolent spirit was that was making my mother's life a living hell. My father didn't want any part of that. It went so terribly wrong that it almost cost my mother her life. My father threw the Warrens out. Mr. Warren tried to stop him from going to my mother's house after she had been levitated in the chair in which she sat.
You said house. Your mother's help. I tried to help your mother.
Yes, to help my mother. Yes.
Yes.
And Ed tried to stop him, and he got punched in the face for doing so. It was a terrible night. You'll never see me be invited to, I will never participate in a seance. I will never, ever dabble in any of the dark arts because I know that evil exists. I don't know if demons exist. I've not ever encountered a demon per se. And the exorcist that had come to our home said that there was nothing demonic in the house. But whatever it was that attacked my mother that night had, wouldn't you say, had all the power that could possibly have possessed to kill her if it wanted to. And it didn't want to kill her, but it did knock her unconscious.
It took a few hours for me to
be able to bring her back. And it was a terrible experience. It was the worst experience of my life, and I think it was yours too.
Well, if he hadn't been pulling on me, he kept pulling on to stop me from helping her, right? And I just got very angry. I said, "You're no good," and I won't say the rest. I just whacked him. That was it, and that stopped it. And I told him to get the hell out of my house and don't come back. As long as I lived in that house, they never came back. As long as I was there. Sure.
They did come back to see if Mom was alive because they didn't know when they left.
And that's documented. That's documented in your book. No, it's okay. It's documented in your book. It was a pretty amazing. That was a pretty amazing story that you tell in the book. Again, if anybody wants to read the actual story of what happened, with the Parent family, Andrea's got an amazing set of books that she's written. House of Light, House of Darkness, or House of Darkness, House of Light. I don't want to mangle it. I'm so sorry, Andrea. So Aiden has a couple questions too. So House of Darkness, House of Light. Aiden's got some questions from some viewers.
So Andrea, Catherine in the chat asked if you had any regrets about ever living in the farmhouse.
No, I don't. It was the most enlightening, most illuminating decade of my life, and my mother will tell you the same thing. When I was writing the books, I talked to her about that, and she said that it was where she learned everything she ever needed to know about life and death and the afterlife. And since living in that house, she has no fear of death. And Dad has said virtually the same thing. Once once it's no longer a belief system or wishful thinking, once you know that there is something beyond our mortal existence, I think it brings a certain kind of peacefulness that you can't experience in any other way. And so I think that's why, because I've seen the dark side, I choose deliberately to live in the light, and you do as well, and so does Peanut. And, you can hold dark forces at bay. And people also need to know that no matter what's going on in your home or your environment, or if there's something that's haunting and taunting you, never forget that you are earthbound. You are automatically stronger than it because of it. And what attacked my wanted to make its presence known to the Warrens and everyone else that was in that house, and it did so very effectively. But I think that is part of our education as paranormal people who have been touched by spirit. That is important knowledge and information for us to impart to others in the world if we're brave enough to speak our truth.
Yep. All right, I got another one. I agree with you, and I have another one for you. So this is from our friend Sam Baltrusis. And Sam wants to know,
adore him.
Absolutely. Sam wants to know, have you experienced an increase in paranormal activity since the advent of COVID?
Yes, and we're not the only ones. almost everyone I know has had an increase. And I think it's because, Sam, thank you for that question, honey. That's a very poignant question and particularly significant at this time. And I think that it's a lot more than people are home more or have more time to look up to the sky. It's a lot more than that. I think that we're having our hearts ripped open. You know, those of us who are sensitives or empaths or just decent human beings are feeling this pandemic in a profound way. This is the paradigm shift. Nothing will be the same on the other side of this. Nothing will. And it is literally breaking our hearts wide open. And because of that, we're having a sense of spirit activity
it's really not like that. In my experience, I find that a lot of the interactions that you have with spirits tend to be, you know, informative or sometimes even warm. And do you think that having this altar on the Queen Mary might shift the type of activity that we're going to have tonight?
You never know. I think it's quite possible because it's all about attraction. If you see the color, the lights, like Susan said, it's very different than what Western civilization, how they will celebrate death. As you know, it's very dark and somber and just, you know, period of mourning and dark clothes. Which there's also that part in the Mexican culture. But Day of the Dead is really a day to celebrate our past loved ones, to pray for them, and to welcome them back for one night on November 2nd.
Yeah, I really love this beautiful altar. I can't wait to see all the contributions that we have. So everyone that's here on the ship has brought a photograph of either a loved one close to them or someone that they love and respect that has passed on. And so this altar is not just here for looks. We are all celebrating tonight Dia de los Muertos. That is, you know, our producers, our camera people, you know, the investigators, everyone is a part of this. And so if you're home right now watching, I just invite you to like go through your old photo albums and pull out grandpa's pic, pull out grandma's pic, your mom, a brother, a sister, just kind of like keep that with you. Light a little candle next to it, you know, put a little like drink or shot or candy, you know, just to like bring them as a part of this. Because I think that all the viewers that are here right now, if you have your ancestors close to you, that could also translate over here into our dark zone experience tonight. So if you want to celebrate, that would be great. Leave in the comments. Tell us who you want to commemorate, you know, like the names of people that you love that have passed on. So yeah, let us know who you want to commemorate tonight in the chat rooms. That would be really cool. And yeah, tonight's I'm really excited about. Like I really love the Mexican culture, and sadly
we're about halfway done with it. So we're going to light the candles. We're going to bring in all the photos and music. Music's a big part of it. So we have some traditional Mexican guitar music that we're going to play, and it's going to sound beautiful in this room since it's such a large space. It's a beautiful spot to be able to set this up. So we're really excited to show you what the end product is going to end up looking like.
Ernie, thank you so much. Ram, thank you so much for setting this up for us tonight. We do have some more programming to get to, so I am going to take this moment to toss this over to Jay as we finish setting up the altar for you guys tonight.
All right. So it is now time to move on to our panel. We've got evidence that we're going to go over from yesterday, and this stuff was sent to us by you guys, the viewers, and so there's some stuff that we collected ourselves too. But for the most part, this is stuff that you've sent us. So we're going to go over the evidence from yesterday's investigation. I would like to introduce our panelists today. We have Dustin Perry. Yay. We have from the Haunt Me crew, we got Ty Gowan and Carol Cleveland. How you guys doing?
Hello, everybody. Good. Thanks for having us.
Hi.
All right. We got to get you in our ear and so we can hear you. Dustin looks very happy. Look at Dustin. He's up in the corner and he is just smiling ear to ear.
Dustin, he's smiling.
I did not.
Dustin is always happy.
I know.
And Ty and Carol, I've never met you guys, but I got to say your reputation precedes you. Everybody talks about how amazing your show is, your web series. I've seen it. I have to admit, it is pretty amazing. You guys are doing stuff that, I mean, you know, on a scale that is obviously a little smaller than a television production, but still you're reaching that kind of level of production, and it's very amazing what you've done over the years.
Well, thank you. Really appreciate that.
All right,
we have like a skeleton.
We're going to play the promo. We want to play the promo of what you guys do, so the audience can see, you know, kind of a teaser of your season 7. Let's look at that.
I wasn't expecting this.
Wow, Pipebird. We write our fears on these ribbons to keep them with us.
Don't get too close. Be careful.
Holy shit! Justin knocked off the thing. 596 miles, 4 nights,
And one Carol.
Over the past 7 years, our Haunt Me family has investigated over 30 locations throughout Maine and New England.
This year, we're going big and embarking on an intense but thrilling journey to the Midwest where we'll investigate 3 locations across 3 states in under a week.
get ready for some of our wildest investigations yet. We've missed you.
What was that? Something was right behind you.
Yeah, and this just went off.
It was like happening, and in my brain, this is what it equated to.
Ty and I had our flashlights ready to friggin' slam somebody.
It comes with lore, it comes with history, it comes with legends.
Welcome back to Haunt Me, or more like, Haunt Us.
Hello? I think there's a person around.
Hello?
That was pretty cool, guys. I have not seen any of your season 7 stuff yet, but when we are done with this event, I am going to binge watch. I'm going to be all over that.
Oh, I've definitely watched every episode.
Have you seen it already?
I've been looking forward to seeing Ty's face all week. Hi.
Hi, guys.
All right, guys, we're going to go over our first piece of evidence, okay? So we're going to roll. I think what we have first is, actually, I'm not sure what we have first. Okay, so we've got, last night we did this bit with Britton Buchanan where we were trying to create a moment in the investigation which would be part of the familiarity theory, where we kind of show the spirits something that would be familiar to them. So Britton Buchanan sang Skylark, and so check out what happens here in this clip.
Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you?
So Dustin, you saw that K2 going off there quite a bit, and I know you're familiar with K2 interactions. What are your thoughts on that?
And I'm honestly a huge proponent of recreating an atmosphere and playing music that would be familiar with the spirits to invite them in. Actually, when I worked with the Haunt Me crew with Ty and Carol earlier this year, we actually did that on an investigation we filmed together. I think it's so important because instead of just interrogating and asking questions, you create a nice welcoming environment and allow them to come closer to something that's familiar. And by doing that, I think you get a lot more interaction. And yeah, by putting the K2 meter out there next to it or putting up a plasma ball, something like that, you'll often start to see that. So I think that's fantastic, and that's exactly what I like to do, because I think it's so nice to just make that warm environment and make it not so creepy, but more loving and fun. And I mean, everyone knows when you're doing these things for a long time, it gets kind of tiring too. So having a little music, a little burst of energy, it gives them a little lifeblood into the investigation. Really good stuff.
Right. Hey, Carol. I think a lot of people might say, well, there's electronics involved around there. Maybe something was kind of making that happen on the K2, but he's using an acoustic guitar. Can you see any other reason why there would be, a hit on the K2?
Honestly, I want to lean towards that it was a trigger object, because usually you want to sweep the room and check out where you get the most K2 hits from electronics, and then you want to avoid that completely. So, I wasn't there. I don't know what he did and what they didn't do, but I would assume that they, did a sweep and sat where there wasn't any electronics. So, I don't know. It looked triggering the way he was singing and playing the guitar.
I want to pass it over to the actual paranormal investigators.
We had noticed, of course, this is a production, you know, and so we have things like monitors in our ears and microphones and things like that. And so we take a lot of that into consideration. So on the stage, because there's not a wide shot of Britain, first of all, he doesn't have all the in-ear monitors. The only ones that have those are like me, literally the people sitting here right now, because we're talking a production. And so there were other K2 meters on the stage. There were 3, in fact. And it was the one that was closest to Britain as he was playing an acoustic set, so he's not plugged in. And the microphone that you see in front of him is just like an ambient mic that just goes and runs to camera. There's no radio frequency or EMF really coming from that mic. What was interesting is that it was only the K2 meter right next to Britain that was going off. And this correlates with other experiences that we had. For instance, when we had investigated the Churchill suite, when we had your friends, Brianna and Adam, trigger, because we had other guests that did that and sang, you know, sonnets for like Sir Winston Churchill. And we had similar effects happen, you know, and it was the K2 meter started going off. We started hearing what sounded like clapping on the Evox. And so it seems like whenever we get, you know, something that's more like, you know, performative or, you know, musical, it stirs up the environment within the Queen Mary. And we did it on such a grand scale, which was really cool. And it was instant. It was like immediate. As soon as he started playing and then the couple started dancing, you know, and we would ask questions. We had other investigators say, would you like Britain to play louder or play another song? And even when he wasn't playing, that K2 meter responded in like a yes, you know, so Britain started playing more songs, which we thought was really interesting, almost like there's an intelligence behind it.
So, Ty, this next one's going to go to you, but I would like Aiden to set this up because Aiden was right there in the middle of it. This is going to be the Calico Cooper clip with Bisto Blanco, okay? And you guys were doing some K2 stuff. So let's play the video, and then Aiden's going to go ahead and kind of give you all the background on this.
Do you like Calico?
That's nuts.
Did you tell Calico something about our arms?
Did you notice the tattoos on our arms? Do you like the tattoos?
That's nuts.
So what was happening there, man?
So last night when we sat down, there was no other EMF going in the area at all. We were getting really direct, deliberate responses, and we had another K2 that's off camera. So we could tell when a production radio went off, and it was really like definitive and super strong in its responses. And what's cool is when you have the radios go off, you get this flickery sensation, you know, on the K2. And when you're around them a lot, you kind of can figure out, oh, that's radio. You just by the way it reacts, and you can go, that's a text. But this was like a wave, you know, it would literally go through the spectrum on the K2 and it would peg out, and then literally like a direct response. So Calico was really moved by it. Having seen that kind of interaction on the ship, it's really indicative and consistent with things that we see all the time. And if it was environmental, you know, it might happen once, but it was happening. I mean, we were there for 40 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, and it was direct interaction. It was great.
Hey, Ty. Are you agreeing with Aiden's assessment of what you saw there? Ty, are you muted?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes. Hey,
can you hear me?
There you are.
That's what's happening.
Okay,
yes. Hey, Ty. There's my buddy.
Okay.
All right. So give us that. Yeah, give us that again. So my question was, are you in agreement with Aiden's assessment there?
Yeah, and I want to just back Aiden up saying too, like with him being a master necromancer illusionist, he's got an eye for spotting patterns, which is important when you hear him talking about being able to now discern the difference between a radio or electric signal with something instead that might be more paranormal, more fluid that you saw in that clip right there. My question would for you guys to be, one, Aiden, you and Becca look fantastic, so I'm going to throw that out there. That's not a question, that's a statement. And then the question is that, did you do any audio type of recordings afterwards while that was happening? I saw you asking yes or no questions, but we were able to put down a digital audio recorder and see if you could get any more.
We did that night, mainly because we have a set of gear and it's spread and we've been really dynamic and mobile and moving all over the ship. So each location we go to, we kind of set up one experiment and run with it. So while we were doing that, we were doing an Estes session and seeing if we could get responses in conjunction with K2. But it was as typical for us investing on the Queen Mary as what we see a lot is like things walk into the room and interact with us for a while and then they go away. And they don't always say goodbye. Things just start and then they stop, and it's eerie, but deliberate. Like there's these distinct responses. And again, it was like a musical trigger as well.
And that's
there's this
interesting
group
too.
of musicians.
Right, and I think that's very interesting too, because the behavior we're talking about paranormally seems to mirror that of what maybe a guest on the Queen Mary would do. Hotel people aren't going to stay in one spot for very long. They're going to move through and pass along to see what's going on in each different room. So maybe you guys were just an attraction to them for that moment, and they wanted to see what was going on, wanted to see the cool tattoos, and then they moved on to the dining hall.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'd never kind of thought
about it in those parameters. The behavior of the spirits here would be the behavior of people who were passing through.
Yeah.
And it makes sense also where we were. We were in the promenade. We were in like a high traffic area, and just like any other girl would go to somebody and be like, hey, your dress is really cute. I like that, and just kind of have a small conversation, then move on. That was kind of like the conversations we had, just kind of someone inquisitive. Think about the times when you have, people covered in tattoos on a ship in like the 1930s or 40s.
It wouldn't have been a thing. You'd have had those covered. So it was really kind of like it felt very childlike to me of, like, ooh, shiny. Oh, what is that? And if you have tattoos and a full sleeve and when you encounter young children who might live in a household that doesn't have that, it is this curiosity of like, why is your arm painted? Why do you have pictures on your arm?
Right, and all of you guys did.
Yeah. And it was cool that we got that from Estes of your arms. Somebody in the headphones was like, your arms. And it led into this narrative of like, what about our arms? And then we started getting deliberate reactions.
Right.
It was cool. And I thought it was also cool that we did ask questions like, are you a man? And we got nothing. And we said, are you a boy or are you a woman? We got nothing. And I made the mistake of asking, are you a child? And no child likes to be called a child. You know what I mean? Like,
and then what, everything stopped?
No, we still had interactions, but we didn't get to define it. We didn't get to get down to it,
Right. Okay, guys, we've got another clip. This is something that I think is going to blow your minds. Everybody who's seen it, it has blown their minds. And then we should really talk about it because I think it does need to be discussed. So this is a thermal shot that was framed up at the very end of the Queen's Salon looking towards the stage. And at the time, the crew was in there and they were getting set up for what we did last night, the big investigation in that area, okay? So you're looking at the stage and you're gonna see, keep an eye on one guy who jumps off the stage and what is behind him. Okay, if you didn't see that very clearly, let me know and we can show it to you again. If you want to see that again, we'll show that to you again. Do you want to see it again?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see it again just to see what happens.
I thought. Let's do it like enhance.
Here we go. So So if you guys, I don't know how clearly you can see that, but what it looks like to me when I saw it for the first time is, at first you think that what you're seeing is his heat signature, like behind him on the wall or something, and he moves down, but it doesn't, then it kind of moves like this and then moves away. It doesn't kind of follow his motion. It's really cool. I was kind of blown away by it, and I'd like to get Dustin, let's get your impression on that first.
Yeah, I agree. My first impression when I looked at it was, okay, is there like a curtain behind him or something that would have like some residual heat signature? But then you notice it kind of narrows. Then I thought maybe it was a mic stand because of the way it wobbled, but then it ducks behind the other guy and just disappears. So it is really interesting because the heat signature of whatever that was by itself stays consistent. It's in that light blue range, so whatever that may be. But the movement of it, it does it like it looks like it actually has movement where it's independent. It goes back to one side and then cuts back over. So it definitely doesn't appear to be anything associated with the cast member or crew member that jumped off. I am actually well known for not being a big proponent of thermal camera outside of debunking use, but something like that I see, and I was like, well, this is one of the few times I'm like, that is actually really interesting because it's not behaving the way anything of a normal residual heat signature should. So I think that's actually really interesting to look at.
Carol, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Same thing. At first I thought that there was like a door or a curtain, but it does seem to like dodge at the end. And so I'd have to keep watching it over and over because, I don't know, that one's iffy.
All right, and Ty, I'd like to just get real fast from you what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I usually use thermal to debunk, like Dustin's talking about. But when you're able to catch stuff like that, that seems pretty cool. I'm with Carol though. I'd want to watch it a bunch more times against other clips that are online to see how this technology works better, because that seems a little bit different than the camera that we use. So it definitely don't want to throw something out right away without knowing the calibration specs to it.
And I think that's fair. And you guys, I want to just take this internally here with you guys. We've all seen that footage now. Have you had a chance to really kind of think about it and try to debunk it and figure it out?
I looked at it a bunch, but I'm not entirely sold on it because of there is this curtain behind, and to me there's a depth to it though, and the depth is what's kind of throwing me off. But seeing it on a bigger monitor is where you see the depth. On a small monitor you can't, because I know it's a curtain. It looks like somebody hit the curtain, which made it move to the right, but then opened the curtain. And in opening the curtain, I think the material folded back, and the heat signature is on the external of that material. So when it folded back, that's where it goes away. But I've also not seen when it comes back, if that was the case, if it was a curtain folding back and coming back, then it's gone. And that's not really, it should still be there. It would be lighter, but there. So when I looked at it at a bigger monitor, the signature actually looks like it's behind the curtain line. So I don't know. Like I'm not willing to jump out and go paranormal, but
right.
But it's weird. And it just like Ty and Carol, like I want to look at it more.
You have something?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I personally think it's the heat signature from whoever was leaning up against that heavy curtain. We also have to take note that, when you're moving something around, it probably gives it the opportunity to cool down and lose the heat signature. And it should hold, like you said, but, let's think about where that camera is. The FLIR cam is literally on the opposite end of the room. Yeah. So there is about, how would you say, half a football field?
Oh, easily. I mean, there's easily
it's so far away. So any little bit of cooling in that environment will cause it to lose that heat signature just because of the distance between the camera and that curtain.
And you also don't know what the delay is in the software of the image that's being projected. How old is that actual image? Because it takes time for the heat. For it to travel that distance, it's light, it's things that we can't see, but there is an inherent time space in there, and maybe that time equates to the time of the curtain opening and closing.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay, so, it's interesting. It's a really interesting clip, and it is up for interpretation. I love that you guys are, nobody's going, oh, it's paranormal, because it's hard to know exactly. But it is a very interesting clip. Okay, so we've got a couple photographs for you guys that we want to show you. First photograph is a wide shot. And I don't know how well you can see it, but if you look towards the deep corner of the room, near where you see a woman in a white dress, that's one of our models that we had there last night. There's a shadow that is appearing on one of those columns, okay? And when I first look at it, Becca, I don't know what you thought when you first saw it, but...
I've never seen this.
Oh, you haven't seen this photo? Okay. So when you first look at it, there's a guy back there, I don't know who it is, who's kind of walking away, and you could think that maybe that's a shadow that he's casting there. But now we're going to show you the tighter version of this, right? And you can see the shadow. If you look at the shadow looks like somebody who is facing in a different direction because of the shoulders and the neck and the head than that man who's walking away. So either there's somebody behind that pillar that we can't see, or that is a shadow person against that pillar. And, that's my assessment. I'm not a paranormal investigator. Dustin, what are your thoughts?
When I first look at it, without knowing too much of the setup of the room, I think it's the shadow of the guy that's talking to the girl in the white dress. The shadow being cast from his left to right. That would be his head, and then the protrusion of his body in the front. I don't know if that's Aiden that's standing there, but without being able to be in the room to see exactly how the light setup is, to me it looks like it could be kind of mimicking, if there's a light to the upper left of him that'd be casting down, his shoulders and everything would be sloped downward like it is there. So interesting, but without actually being able to be in there to compare it against other photos and check the light source, that would be my first thought.
And because it's a pillar that's it's basically, it's rounded, that maybe the shadow is being cast in a strange way.
Yeah, I would say that's strange way.
It's possible.
I'll give Aiden the benefit of the doubt that that's not. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying that that is possible with the way that's bending. I want to give Aiden the benefit of the doubt that that's not pandemic weight, and that shadow looks very damning. If it's,
I just love that the shadow falls in the exact same kind of stature and posture of Alfred Hitchcock Presents.
Mm-hmm.
The profile and the big belly.
Yes.
And that makes me really kind of happy because he was a guest of the Queen Mary. Like, he sailed on the ship all the time. So this morning when I saw it, I was like, Alfred! And then I looked at my belly and I was like, donuts. No more donuts.
Okay, guys, we got another clip, and Becca, I'm going to need you to kind of weigh in on this because you were there. So this takes place up on the bridge. This was during last night's investigation when you were up there with your group. We have Tony Rathman has his Evox going, and questions are being asked. And there's a K2 meter right by where Tony is with Rick McCullum, and then on the other end, there's a K2 meter, there's the REM pods, right? And then there's also a tri-field meter, right? And so everything seems to happen at once. And I would like you guys to look at this, and then I definitely want Becca to weigh in and give us, her perspective, and let's see what you guys think about it, if you agree with that.
Someone was making go off. You try to do it again for us? Can you run? We should make sure that's you. There you go.
Look.
But that one only for a split second.
The tri-field meter pinned all the way to the
Okay.
other
He
side.
said it might have been his walking. It might have been his walking.
Now, I was up there with you. We were both up there, and this was an investigation that you were running. And when I see something like that, and I'm not an investigator, I mean, I do these shows, but, I think, wow, that's amazing. Well, all that stuff happened at once.
It looks impressive, but every time we've asked for someone here, in our experience, to touch multiple K2 meters at the same time, we'll see a very much of a struggle. It's never, 2 K2 meters across the room. Anytime we've had a positive response with multiple K2 meters together is after we've already asked for a direct interaction on one, and then we bring all of them together. And then we almost had like the electrical light parade for us.
Yeah, there was one night that happened.
Someone performed a show for us and just showed off, touching all of them, almost getting all of them to go off, but never did all of them fluctuate at the same time and the same amount. So, and the other thing too is when we get those reactions on the K2 meter, you see how it goes. It doesn't do this go, but with this seizure flicker. So when you see that seizure flicker, it usually to us, we don't trust it unless we follow it up with, hey, if you did that, great, touch it again. And those responses, those direct responses were really hard and maybe only happened a couple times last night up at the bridge.
What you said to me was, if they all go off at once, generally that's some external signal making it happen.
Correct.
in a broad way.
Correct.
It's when you have the individual, and you try to direct them and guide them that you feel more like you're having paranormal communication, right? Hey guys, I'd love to get your input on that. I also think that we have a new guest with us, right? We have Anna Halloran. How you doing, Anna?
Anna.
Oh, I have a scotch in hand pretty much because whatever technological issue I was having is now resolved. So thank you for your
All
patience.
right, good.
Yay!
Good to have you with us. Anna, since you're fresh, I don't know if you heard what we were doing and if you saw that, but if you were able to see the video, were you able to see that video?
I saw a little bit. I saw some K2 meter going off, and I heard a discussion about essentially like what it means when you see it flicker or when it's steady, and how that can like affect your interpretation of the investigation. It was all good stuff. I'm here for it.
Right, but so the idea was, I'm watching it, and I'm not a paranormal investigator, right? But I see all of the meters go off at the same time, and I think, oh my God, it's amazing. There's paranormal activity everywhere. And, these guys correct me and say, if that happens, generally it's probably false because it's a radio signal hitting everything at once. What is your perspective on that?
Yeah. I think that's a really fair interpretation of it, right? Yeah, absolutely. Because if you have, I think a lot of the technology is meant to read different levels of essentially the same genre of things, right? So if they're all going off, there's a wave of something coming through. But if you have a K2 and EMF and all these other types of devices and only one is going off, okay, well now that's really weird because then you have almost like a locator essentially. So it really does kind of change the game when you're investigating.
Yeah, absolutely. Dustin, what do you got on this one? You've done a lot of K2 interaction.
No, definitely
So you could say that you've had enough. Well, I've had enough. As you leave this conversation, so frustrated with your hands up, yeah. You're waiting for me to mess it up. There'll be frustration, but I couldn't talk out loud. And I feel desperation. I'm blacking out. We keep all together. There's just fragments of me. Imagination is meant conversation. You're frustrated with your hands up. Yeah, you're waiting for me to mess it up. Yeah, so you could say that you've had enough. Well, I've had enough. As you leave this conversation, so frustrated with your hands up, yeah. You're waiting for me to mess it up. Used to think when I was younger, somebody gonna come and save me. Found out when I was old enough that you never wanna meet your heroes. All my heroes are dead now, but they're living in my head. Give it up now. Due to complications, can't keep my heart beating. If there's something living in me, how do I keep it from dying? All my heroes are dead now, but they're living in my head. Give it up now. Give it up now. Give it up now. Give it up now. Blistering cold sores scratch my throat. I'm bleeding from my toe. Save it for the encore. You know, my mama's always been my biggest fan. All my heroes are dead now, but they're living in my head. Give it up now. 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 All my heroes are dead. My heroes are dead. All my heroes are dead and they're living in my head. All my heroes are dead. All my heroes are dead. And I just can't seem to trust anyone. All my heroes are dead. All my heroes are dead. My heroes, all my heroes are dead. My heroes are dead. I'll give it up now. My heroes are dead. All my heroes are dead. I'll give it up now. My heroes are dead. All my heroes are dead. I'll give it up. All my heroes are dead.
Let's go to Max.
Hey guys, well look, this is the official Dia de los Muertos altar that we have tonight here on the Queen Mary. Thank you so much to Haunted OC, Ernie, and Rem.
You're welcome. It was our pleasure.
I am so touched to see everything that's on here right now. I get a little email, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, I love altars. Anyways, so I just got emo right now. It's just like I felt all the energy. Like, well, you made me cry because you had just put your mom's photo up here, which is right here, by the way. Sorry. So this is Patrick's mom who passed away recently. Sorry. Anyways, I didn't mean to cry, and they're like, okay, cut to Susan, and just like start bawling. So anyways, here we have a bunch of stuff. Here's the famous scrapbook that we had found on the Queen Mary, right?
No, that's actually not from the Queen. It's from a passenger of the Queen.
A passenger of the Queen.
So it was a family member, someone who spent their time here and has passed on, and that's all that's left of their voyage is the scrapbook that they kept. So it's full of their memories of that trip and every little thing that they picked up and saved, from a tea bag to a menu.
What is this right here?
That looks like for you.
That's a cigar and whiskey.
You got to have a cigar and whiskey.
Pan de muerto. It's all things that you would bring to offer to the dead, to lure them to the altar, to bring the presence forward.
I'm kind of thinking, when I see that, I'm kind of thinking about Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
That is such a Churchill.
Right
there. Absolutely.
Can I touch it? Am I allowed to touch it? If anybody can see, but we have a cigar right here. Mr. Winston Churchill's cigar, maybe. Okay.
And I doubt that he would have gone far without his whiskey either. You know?
Yeah, there you go.
That's a bottle of rum. So he's just gonna have to make do with some rum tonight. But we also have.
Gotta have your booze.
I might take that.
Yeah,
actually.
we also have. So I mean, here we have Winston Churchill right here. So he's definitely represented here. I know that this is Renee's daughter who passed away. I have also Selena. I brought like my favorite Mexican artists on board. So I brought Selena. Over here you have Frida Kahlo. And this is Chavela Vargas. So those are my contributions to the altar. Did any of you contribute as well?
What else do you guys have?
Well, we brought a piece of the ship herself, which is the scrapbook kind of program of the launching of the ship in 1934, the first time the water kind of touched the hull. And all of the crewmen, all the people who built it are pictured in there. And all those people have passed on. So without them, we wouldn't be here today. And we wanted that to be here to represent all of them.
Sherry, did you have something?
No, I did not.
Oh, I thought you were going to point to something. You look like you were going for it.
Well, I know right here the lady in the turquoise shirt is actually the mother of the ghost in my ear all night. So we have Kathleen's mom, who's represented here as well. And I'm seeing some other photographs. Like, does anybody want to share? Like, who's this over here?
That is my aunt and uncle, Socorro and Ralph.
That's beautiful.
And this is?
You got to have the Queen herself, for whom the ship is named. You know, she's got to hang out up top.
That's cool. So Ernie and Ram, tell me, you have this in your house, and culturally, this would be in your kitchen, maybe, or where would it be?
Living room, yeah.
Living room, okay. And so you have it there, and then like, what do? Do you just come and pay your respects somehow, or is the building of it and the setting up of it like paying it respects, or?
Yes, it's all part of the process as you're putting everything on the altar. Like you pointed out, we have the rum, that could represent something that your loved one really enjoyed to have. So we want to be able to lure them back on the night, on the Day of the Dead, on the evening of Day of the Dead. And then the last thing we do is we light up all the candles, and then we put the marigolds, or how do you say it in Spanish? In Aztec? Okay. And to light the path for your loved ones to return. And then Romero actually has an image of somebody that is very famous for investigating on the ship.
Psychic medium Peter James. I know he's investigated the ship many times, many years. So I had to, bring a copy of his picture and honor him.
So, and then there's another part to this, right? And I see that
this was just brought over. What are we doing here?
Let me be that person.
So typically at a gravesite, you bring your loved ones. I visited my grandfather's. We bring a cigarette for them, have a talk hand with them. So it's always good, to remember them, cheers with them. Since they're no longer here, they're here in spirit. And it's always good to remember them.
So this is something that would typically be done at the gravesite. Just a toast or eating a meal together with family members at the gravesite.
So we've got masks on, and I don't know how this is going to work, but who wants to lead the toast?
Well, I think that Haunted OC should, because they built this beautiful altar for us tonight.
Okay, thank you. So this is to honor all of our loved ones who have passed on. We pray for your memory and welcome you back on Day of the Dead, and especially the evening of Day of the Dead, which is tomorrow night. Cheers.
Salud.
Cheers. Salud.
And I need to drink through my mask. Just imagine that we're drinking.
Because I'm a crying mess right now. And this happens to me every year, I kid you not. Like, anytime I go and I see all the altars that they build at, like, Olvera Street and in the cemetery, I turn like this. Yeah. It's, like, overwhelming, It's just, it's not a sad cry, It's just very warm and just enlightening, So anyway, sorry, guys. This is what it looks like when Susan Slaughter cries, like a... but all this stuff is very spiritual to me, so I take it very seriously. With that being said, are we ready to get out of this emo state and get into some rock and roll?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in honor of tonight's festivities, I'm going to toss it back over to some badass mariachi meets metalachi.
Classes in session. It feels good to be back in school, man. But I don't know about all this Zoom shit, cause I don't feel like I'm learning a damn thing. But let's be honest, I never did anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah. Teacher, good to see now. Teacher, can't you see? Don't wanna be no uptown fool. Maybe I should go to hell, but then again I'm doing well. Teacher needs to see me after school. I think of all the education that I missed. But then my homework was never quite like this. I got it bad, got it bad, got it bad. I'm half a teacher. Oh! I got it bad, so bad. I'm half a teacher. Oh! Hey, we're back, man. I heard you missed us. I brought my pencil. Give me something to write on, Paco.
Hey, that's a tiny pencil, fool.
That's not my pencil essay.
Oh, crap. Un, dos, tres, cuatro.
I'm about to lessons, but lessons are so close. I know about this school. Little girl from Cherry Lane, how could you be so bold? How did you know about my golden tool? I think of all the education that I missed. But then my homework was never quite like this. I got it bad, I got it bad, I got it bad. I'm half a teacher. I got it bad, so bad. I'm half a teacher. Oh, take it away. I'm tardy again, but I don't feel tardy. I guess that means I'll get detention again. How about you, Joan?
But I like going to detention down Mrs. Mendoza. You know what I learned?
What did you learn?
The radius of her ass fits the circumference of my face.
Oh, he's got it bad, got it bad, got it bad. He's half a teacher. He's got it bad, so bad. He's half a teacher. Oh, Miss Mendoza, guess that we're hot. Oh, yes, we're hot. Oh, yes, we're hot. So happy teacher. School's out forever. Hey! Army of me. Ride the tiger. You can feel the stripes, but you know it's clean. Oh, don't you see what I mean? Gotta get away. Only driver. Yeah. You got shiny diamonds like the eyes of a cat in the black and blue. Something is coming for you. Look out. Race for the morning. You can hide from the sun till you feel the light. Oh, we will race alright. Gotta get away. Get away. Between the velvet lines, there's a truth that's hard to steal. Yeah. The vision never dies. Like some never-ending wind. Say, only driver, you're the star of the masquerade. No need to look so afraid. Jump, jump, jump from the tiger. You can feel his heart, but you know it's mean. Sunlight can never be seen. You gotta get away, get away. Only diver, only diver, only diver, only diver. You're the soul survivor. You've been down too long in the middle of the sea. Oh, what's becoming of me? Ride the tiger. You can feel the stripes, but you know it's clean. Oh, don't you see what I mean? Gotta get away. Get away. Gotta get away. Get away. Holy diver. Holy diver. You're a soul survivor. Holy diver. Holy diver, diver. Holy diver. Holy diver, diver. Holy diver. Holy diver, diver. Holy diver. We are Metalachi. Thank you, Cleveland.
Well, thank God I had Metalachi to get me out of that crazy emo headspace. Now I'm normal, you guys. I'm normal, and I'm excited because I have all the trivia winners right here, and I'm about to tell that to you. So, first off, on our trivia winners, we've got the winner of the Dark Zone t-shirt. I don't even have a Dark Zone t-shirt, and wow. So you won this, Mouse Lily. Mouse Lily got the Dark Zone t-shirt. Congratulations. That's pretty cool. I need to get me one of those. Thank you, audience. Number 2, we also have Rick McCollum's book, Ghosts Believe in Me, and we have a winner for that. I'm excited to read that. We had Rick McCollum on last night, and he was investigating with us. He is a really cool dude. So the winner of Ghosts Believe in Me book from Rick McCollum is Melissa Ebert. Yay, Melissa. And number 3, oh, this one's really cool. Now we're starting to get into the really cool prizes. I'm excited for this. So number 3 on my list of winners, ticket to the next Dark Zone live stream event. Ooh, I hope that's a really cool live stream. It probably is, because every time we do a Dark Zone live stream, it just gets bigger and better and bigger and better. So the next ticket for the next live stream that we do at oh, you see that shadow person behind me? Was that a ghost? Probably. We have Cheryl Plum. You're winning tickets to see the next live event from the Dark Zone. Congratulations, Cheryl. And now we're getting to some rock and roll prizes. So, winner of the Filter VIP tickets. So the next time that Filter plays a show live, you will get 2 VIP tickets to their next live show in a town that is near you or that you live in. Thomas Rogers 0606. You're going to see Filter live, dude. Congrats. Now for Bisto Blanco tickets. So the next time Bisto Blanco plays live, you're going to get 2 VIP tickets to their show in whatever town near you is. That's Nikolai Eilerston. I hope I'm saying that right, not butchering it. I'm so sorry if I did. But you are going to go see Bisto Blanco live. 2 VIP tickets. Congratulations. Speaking of rock and roll and awesome prizes, I am actually with Dead Sarah right now. They're on ship with us. How badass is that? Hi, guys.
Audience that you look hearing in the background.
Yeah, they're congratulating all of you as you won all these fabulous prizes. Thank you for being on the Queen Mary. Yeah. When I saw you guys perform right before or after you performed your set, you were telling me exactly you were the most excited to be on the ship, actually. So I just wanted to know, what is it about ghost hunting that makes you excited? Do you want to have a personal experience? Do you like using gear? Do you want to see ghosts? What's going on?
I've seen a lot of shows before, just growing up, and I think I always want to see what those, tools, what they do. Like, it'd be fun to look at it and
like proton packs.
Yeah, proton packs.
Never used tools to ghost hunt.
No. Well, we have all types of tools. We've got even like more esoteric ones like Ouija boards. If you want to mess with those tonight.
I did that as a kid. That was fun.
As a kid or as an adult tonight on the Queen Mary?
As a kid, and it freaked me
Oh
out.
yeah, it was like the scariest thing of childhood.
Yeah.
I've never done it.
When they...
You've never done it?
No.
Well, maybe we should tonight.
You will.
The veil is at its thinnest, my friend.
That is right.
Oh, that's
So,
right.
yeah, we're at that time of the year where, and we built an altar. You guys did a bloodletting ceremony before coming on. Like, it's happening.
Oh, no.
So,
It's a seance.
we could do a seance, but we also have, we've been doing really cool experiments called the Estes experiments, where we put you in headphones and you listen to, essentially static to listen to ghost voices. And you pretty much tell us what you hear in the headphones as you're blindfolded.
Oh my god.
Whoa. But we also have really cool gear too, if you want to use the SLS camera, which we could literally map out spirits in a room if they were to manifest.
I think we leave Sean somewhere super dark blindfolded.
I like this. I like where this is going.
You see what I'm saying?
Is that it?
Yes.
And then
Wait, he seems really amped up about
no,
that.
because we have a.
Just take me to the engine room.
We're going to. Okay, you want to go to the engine room tonight, my friend?
I want to go to the Churchill room because that room last night was going.
It was going off last night.
Popping off. Yeah.
The engine room actually was the most active location on the ship this whole investigation.
I knew it.
We're going there.
Yeah.
Going to all the active spots.
Yeah, it was really cool. We picked up light anomalies. We saw a shadow. We use this camera that picks up photons of light. So it's supposed to pick up light anomalies like orbs or things of that sort. It picked up the opposite. It picked up like the absence of light in one clip. So we had like this mass, like a shadow mass appear, which was really unusual.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Are you scared yet? Yeah, we brought it up and we talked about it. What we'll do after this, we'll show you that so you could get your imagination ramped up for the investigation.
Okay.
That's cool.
But before we get into the investigation tonight, I would like to announce. Are we going to announce the winner?
Why not?
Da da da! Hold on, live television, you guys. I'm getting live.
Woo! Oh, did you not show it to the?
Ooh.
Don't say it yet, but I'm going to pass it to you, and I'm going to let you guys announce the winner. So the winner for 2 tickets to the next Dead Sarah live show
And live from, oh wait, what?
Live from where?
New York.
It says that?
Yeah.
Oh.
This was SNL.
It's live from New York. It's Saturday. No, it's not. Wrong card.
Okay. Here.
There we go.
Okay, got it.
Tammy McCormick.
Tammy. I believe we have Tammy here with us too, right? She gonna talk with Dead Sarah tonight?
Let's chat, baby.
Sorry, Tammy. You're not talking with us tonight, unfortunately. You're lost because they're right here. They're super down to talk with you. But sorry, Tammy. At least you get to see them live in concert.
Tammy.
Womp, womp.
So like in a year. I hope it's
I know.
a lot
Next
less
year,
than a
not
year.
in a year.
Next live stream.
Next year.
Next live stream. See you live on the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, see you live.
Yeah, go Dodgers, by the way. Winning.
Yes.
Hashtag winning.
And Lakers.
And
both.
Lakers, both.
I know. We're kind of winning over
We're actually
here.
all
Los Angeles?
We're
from
all
Los
born
Angeles,
and bred
yes.
in Los Angeles.
Yes.
Represent.
That's right. This is a West Coast
Where
show,
are you
you
from,
guys.
Where are you from? Alaska?
No, I'm not telling you, man.
He's from like the Queen Mary. He was born and bred here.
He's
On the
actually a
ship.
ghost.
So we actually heard 2 new songs from you guys tonight. Is that from the new album you're working on? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, it is.
No idea what you're talking about. What?
Yes.
Yeah, no, for sure. We've finished 4 completely so far. Completely done, mixed and mastered, or pretty much done.
Yeah.
And while that's going, we'll be releasing songs here and there, staggered, while we're finishing the albums, just so, fans could get something, I mean, it's 2020, anything goes these days, so.
It's hard to navigate with,
yeah, exactly.
with this.
Well,
It's
thank
not
God
the
this ship
usual.
doesn't go anywhere.
Or does it?
It goes into the deep dark depths
dark
of your mind and soul.
We were definitely, because we had a lot of downtime, thinking about, if the lights start to flicker, and then we just whoa, what was that? And then we looked outside, and we were in the ocean.
Yeah.
It could happen, man.
It could happen.
Stranger things
What would you
have
do?
happened.
What would you do if
What
you're
would
like,
you
I'm
do?
going to go to the bathroom, and you went to the bathroom, and you came back and there was no one here, and you're like, guys? Is it guys?
And then?
Yeah, echo.
And then. Oh.
And then you go to the deck and you're in the middle of the ocean.
And then you went to the deck and you're in the middle of the ocean. You're in the middle of the ocean alone.
I would have assumed that I had died somehow in a freak accident, and I was going to be forever haunting the ship.
And then you hear, ding, ding, and your mom's calling you on your cell phone.
You forgot to turn off the coffee.
I feel like this is the Titanic for sure.
I watched the movie Titanic before getting on the ship, just to get into the whole mood of it, and then I found out there were a bunch of other movies that were shot on the ship. some Poseidon movie.
Oh, right on. The Titanic was filmed on this?
No, it wasn't.
Oh.
But I watched it to get in the mood of it. I made sure that there was enough lifeboats on the perimeter of this ship before getting on. I was like, see, lifeboat. Okay, good.
Yeah.
They looked a little,
Yeah.
But I would be in like the economic class, and I would be the last one to get that lifeboat. So just for being poor, I would just like sink to my grave. So.
Us here, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Become a musician.
Or a paranormal investigator.
Hey,
Same paycheck.
You do what you love.
Exactly. And eat when you can.
That's what's up.
But anyways,
Tammy McCormick, too bad.
Tammy
I'm sorry.
McCormick, too bad. Because
Devastated.
of that, we have all this time to shoot the shit and like not have anyone to talk to. So this is what we call vamping.
I love
when you
it.
have a lot of time on your hands and you have to like make ends meet time wise.
Okay.
It's the monster that is live television.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can keep going.
How much time we got left?
We're live. We're lively.
We're lively.
So you guys have been playing music for a long time, right? And you're both, all of you are from the area. So did you play together for a while? Did you meet in high school? What's the story behind Dead Sarah?
We were all dating each other.
Polyamorous.
I'm just kidding.
Emily and I met in like high school. We were at different schools, but in that era, 15, 16 years old.
Yeah.
And then
Through a mutual friend.
Yeah, through a mutual friend. We started jamming, playing, whatever. And then we met Shawnee Boy over there.
Hello.
Like 19.
Hello.
He was
18 or 19.
He was in other bands, and we were friends with that band. And
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I met Sean around 15, 16.
Yeah, I met Ryan
Or early,
around
like, middle
16.
school.
Yeah, we kind of like we had the same friends, but we were never like.
We never had the, we could never get connected.
Yeah, we were like acquaintances.
Yes.
But we had really close
We both
friends.
knew that we played music and were in the same vibe, but he had bands, I had bands, and
You both were too cool for school to
Yeah, we were
actually
too-
get together.
we dated the same girl once.
We were. We dated the same
See,
girl
I knew
one
there was
time.
something in there.
We did. That's true.
At the same time.
At the same time.
I remember asking you.
Oh gosh.
We had the same thing, remember?
Don't shout her out.
I took you home one time. And
Yep.
we were like,
So like, I bet.
the same type of thing. You know,
Yeah,
it was like,
Emily took me
you're in a
home.
band? Yeah. You're in a band? Yeah,
I
play
was-
drums. Cool. I was like,
Yeah, I was
cool,
18.
I sing.
Yeah, I was 18 years old. I met Emily. She took me home. She said, "You play music?" And I was like, "No, idiot."
Idiot, you?
Get on my face.
What you saying to me?
Yeah.
Quit. Get a real job.
Sean
Yeah.
also filled in for us on drums.
I did. Yeah, I would fill in like here and there.
Because
when
we didn't
I'm-
have a drummer for a bit.
Yeah.
And then finally he was succumbed to our
Succumbed,
powers.
Succumb.
And I'm really new.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't
He's
see
new,
you
but
on the
he's
band pic, so.
I'm not, and that's the running joke is that I'm not, you won't ever see me. So the fact that I'm on television with a mask on, more like, I like it. It's like my new thing.
He doesn't have a name. His name is just Hot Bassist.
Hot faces.
Yeah.
There you go. Hot faces. You brought him in for a little eye candy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like
Whatever.
Look at this guy. He looks like a movie star.
I saw you
Get
guys
outta
He
here.
belongs
play.
on this ship. It's a goddamn movie star.
Yeah, I saw you guys play at the Echo, which is like a venue in the hood that I love to go to. We get a lot of really great local acts there. What is your favorite venue to play in LA?
Shit, man.
Or
I mean, the Terror.
The Cobalt Cafe.
Probably the Staples Center.
Greek Theater.
What's that other stadium?
Oh, SoFi before it opened.
Greek Theater,
SoFi
Hollywood Bowl,
Stadium.
probably.
Nokia.
We helped with the acoustics in SoFi Stadium when we.
I think the Echo's rad.
I
I
love the Terragram.
Yes, the Terragram is so
I was
good.
kind of fishing for that, but you guys didn't give it to me.
100%. We did 2
Thank
nights
you.
there. That was awesome.
Yeah, we did 2
Terragram's
nights.
sick. Troubadour's sick.
Yeah.
Aroni
Yeah.
too.
We played Troubadour many times.
Troubadour is like an old stomping ground for all of us.
Yeah.
All went to shows there as kids.
Yeah. Big
Fox.
toy.
I love that. And then you
Even
came
El
full
Cid
circle
was
that
El Cid is weird.
a lot of people were actually asking about where these performances were happening. And fun fact, I work sometimes, not all the time, at Terragram Ballroom in downtown LA, and I have book shows there in the Moroccan Lounge. And so that stage that we're seeing all of our performers on is actually Terragram's stage, and they so graciously, because they're my family, allowed the Dark Zone to take over their stages for this event. So thank you so much to Terragram Ballroom. I can't wait for your doors to open up again. But yeah, so we're going to start getting into some interesting packages. I'm going to toss this over to our other producer, Jay, and then we're going to get ready to do some investigations tonight.
Rock and roll.
I'm excited. So thank you so much for being with us, and Jay, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Dead Sarah. You know, I got to say, when Susan first brought up Dead Sarah, I was like, who is that? You know, I had never heard of Dead Sarah. And then when I heard their music, I was an instant fan. And I'm an old man, okay? I'm 53. Susan, I could see this being generationally more her thing, but these guys rock like rock should rock, right? So I'm a huge fan. I'm sure you guys are all huge fans now, too. So we've got a couple cool documentaries that were put together by Haunted OC. The first one's going to really be a deep dive into Dia de los Muertos. So we get a lot of background and history on the holiday itself and the celebration of it. And then the second one is going to show you how to make your own sugar skulls at home, okay? So we're going to roll on those now. Please enjoy.
Good evening, everyone. It's Charles Spratley from Haunted Orange County. And I've been asked to talk to you guys a little bit about the famous holiday of Dia de los Muertos. Now, Dia de los Muertos is traditionally November 2nd, with November 1st being known as the Dia de los Inocentes, which is the Day of the Innocents, or it is also known as the Dia de los Angelitos, the Day of the Little Angels. And then November 2nd is for the passing of the adults, with Halloween or October 31st as a traditional day for preparation for the holiday. However, let's talk about first off whatever Dia de los Muertos isn't. It is not Halloween. It often gets mistaken for Halloween by a lot of people, especially down here in the Southern California area, and it totally is not. It is a very different holiday. It's a very solemn holiday, and it's very much about family and reverence for those who have passed. Now, the holiday actually goes back to the post-classical days of the Aztec Empire. And for that, we're actually talking about the early 1300s, where the Aztec Empire really hit its zenith. Now, for a lot of people that aren't too familiar with the actual Aztec Empire itself, the empire is relatively short. It officially starts in 1325 with the founding of the great city, and it fell to Cortez in 1521. So we only have about 200 years. But the Aztecs were so influential and so powerful that they influenced so much about Mexican culture and belief systems. And those belief systems resonate even today, especially with holidays such as Dia de los Muertos. Now, in order to talk about the Aztec belief systems, I want to give you a whole world view for them. And it's a world view that is very interesting to me, and it's been interesting to me since I was a child. And the Aztecs have a very interesting way of looking at death itself. A lot of people say it sounds kind of cynical. It isn't really cynical per se, but the one thing that is interesting about their life is that they're poets and they're artists and they're mathematicians and they're a beautiful culture. But they realize that death is ever present. And with that, they developed this idea in their mythology that blood is required for the world itself to move. And even the priests would self-mutilate themselves in order to draw blood, because they felt that the blood actually gave to the rising of the sun, which of course brings us to the fun part of the evening, which is Aztec sacrifice. For people who are not familiar with a lot of Aztec sacrifices, I will spare you some of the interesting parts about it, but it does involve using what is known as obsidian, or glass made from lava flow, which is the sharpest natural item known on the planet. And they will use that to basically hack out the heart of somebody while they are still alive. And then they will kick the body down the pyramid to where the body is then dismembered and by some actually eaten. It's a good time to mention that the Aztecs were known for cannibalistic practices as well. And of course, flaying, which is the removal of the skin. Now, this may seem kind of dark, but there is something that you should know about, like the Aztecs. They always felt that there is no life without death. And in all honesty, that's a very realistic way of looking at it. But like many people in Mesoamerican cultures, they felt that the death of people should not be looked at in a form of grief. You should have joy for them because they have passed on. You should honor their death. And they did use this time, they did have a holiday which actually took place for almost an entire month, and it took place in August for the honoring of these dead that had passed. Now, it was during this time in August that the Aztecs were to welcome the dead to come and visit them, but also the primary part of their pantheon of gods that became a major player in this is, of course, Mictezewatl, which is the goddess of death. And she became the primary part of worship during this festival. And you actually see her today. And a lot of people are like, well, it's an Aztec thing. No, it's not. And you actually see this goddess of death even today in Dia de los Muertos. Now, the reason that she is actually chosen or thought of to represent Dia de los Muertos is because it is believed that when she was born, she was then sacrificed as an infant, and is usually represented as having a flayed body without skin, consuming stars. That's usually how she's seen in drawings during the Pantheon. Now, it is believed in the Aztec society that when somebody died, they had to travel to Mictlan, which is the final resting place for the Aztecs. But in order for them to make that journey, their travels are immense, and it's actually called Chicona Meccan, and it's called the whole thing is called the Land of the Dead, and it's so much like, in a way, Dante. A while ago, I did a lecture on Latino legends and lore. And what a lot of people don't think about too much is how these legends and stories are very similar to each other, regardless of the culture that they're in. And this Mictlan travel story is very much like Dante's Inferno. It takes several years
dry it really well, because the sugar actually dries pretty quickly and can kind of mess up the smoothness of the skull. So we're just going to continue packing that in. Like I said, make sure you're pressing hard. You're filling in the chin area. You have the eyes. Some of these are more elaborate than others. This one's a pretty simple design, but still you want to make sure that you get it packed in there as good as you can. So I'm going to fill it where it's kind of over the top here. Okay, I'm going to shake off the rest. Then I'm going to use my knife to shave off the excess here. And you can see already it's kind of clumping together and getting hard already. So when you're doing these, you want to use all the sugar and get these all filled and not let that sit too long. Okay, now I'm going to get the piece of cardboard and set it underneath, flip the skull over, and you should come up with a nicely formed skull like that. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and do the back of the head. And this one has a lot less design elements on the inside. It's just basically the oval shape of the back of the head. And so we'll make sure to pack this in nicely as well. Now on these skulls, these are larger. I guess they're considered medium, but they're pretty large, and you do use up a lot of sugar. Remember, this is a 5-pound bag, and we're at least through about half of it. So what some people do is they let these begin to harden for a little bit, and then they flip them over, and then they scoop out some of the inside so they're hollow, and they just leave a border, and then they glue them together. And I'll show you. I'll give you the recipe for the royal icing, which is basically acts as a glue. It's the same kind of icing you use when you're making a gingerbread house that kind of holds all the parts together. And it's edible, but it doesn't taste very good. So now I'm just gonna scrape off the excess like we did to the other one. Oops. And we got our piece of cardboard that we pre-cut. And we're going to flip that over. Lift that right off. Doesn't that look great? Nice and smooth. So now we have the back part of the sugar skull. Okay, the next part is you're going to need to make some royal icing. The royal icing you can purchase actually pre-made on Amazon. It's the powder, but if you want to do it yourself, you're going to need powdered sugar and the meringue powder again, because this is what holds everything together and makes it hard. So I'm going to put these aside. So these will take anywhere from 8 to 12 hours to dry, depending. And you don't want to make these on a humid day because they won't hold together. So you want to do this on a warm day, preferably indoors. We're doing this outdoors, but they were able to hold together fine for this demonstration. So I've got a completed sugar skull that's already dried and cemented together using the royal icing. The way I did that is I got both the sides, used a spatula, using the royal icing, smeared it on both sides of the skull. Once you got that on there, then you squeeze these together, and then I usually just wet my finger, and then any of the excess royal icing that squeezes out, you just want to be able to smooth that out. And don't worry if you have this big seam here, because when you decorate the skull, you're going to be able to hide a lot of that with the frosting and anything else that you use to put on the skull to decorate it. So now we're going to start decorating the skull. So if you go online, there's a lot of different ideas. You can search it on Google. You can find a lot of different styles for decorating the skull. But we want to focus, I like to focus on the eyes and the forehead, and of course kind of do something fun across the mouth. And you can be as elaborate or as simple as you want to. I have several colors that I was able to mix using food coloring and the recipe for royal icing that we put up on the screen. And the way I got it in here, because it's kind of like a toothpaste consistency. And the way I was able to get it in here is using a funnel. And these you can find as well as on Amazon. They're pretty cheap, like for $6, you're able to get like 8 of these. You can do many more colors, of course, but I just decided to work with these. So lots of times people like to use strips of foil. I found these little pre-cut out designs on at Michael's. So you're basically going to be using this as glue as well as to decorate the skull. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start off with gluing this on to the forehead. May have put a little too much on there, maybe not. Okay, now this stuff hardens, and I've actually had sugar skulls that I've done in years past, and I've kind of just thrown them in a box, and believe it or not, none of the frosting was broken off because this stuff, like I said, is hardens and it lasts a long time. So I just kind of use that to glue that in, and then kind of finding some other little colors to use. So you can, like I said, some people like to do, a theme with your skulls, but I like to use foil over the eyes because it kind of gives it more of a dramatic look. Then
create your own sugar skulls from scratch. Until next time, this is Ernie Alonso with Haunted Orange County.
All right, I hope you guys enjoyed those documentaries. They were really cool. They filled you in a little bit on, Day of the Dead, some of the history, what the holiday is really about culturally and spiritually, and the sugar skulls. That was an amazing documentary on how you do that. I've never done that before. I'm going to do it. So, all right, we've got one of our favorite people lined up and ready to go. I would like to bring on Mr. Ken DaCosta for Rise Up Paranormal.
How we doing tonight, Jay?
It's been a night, man. It's been a night. I mean, we've kind of upped our game a little bit on this side, and what we were doing from our homes before, from my home office and from Kathleen's living room, we're now doing on the Queen Mary, which is a gigantic ship. We've got about 3 miles of fiber optic cabling going back and forth. And man, it's definitely a task, but we're having a blast, just like you were having a blast last night. I saw you. I don't know if you remember, because you were having too much fun. How was that party? How did it end up?
A little bit. Oh, it was phenomenal. I know we've got about a 6-second delay here, so it was
not that bad,
mass
dude.
chaos. Yeah, no, it was mass chaos up until the point that you called and everybody was quiet for a little while, but there were many adult beverages flowing at that time, so. It was fun, but, I think I'm back to normal, whatever that is.
Well, yes, whatever that is. Hey, dude, so...
Whatever.
It's my understanding that you have your own stories about the Queen Mary, and I would love to hear them. How many times have you been here?
I have actually been twice. Back in 2007, we were visiting family in San Diego, and we took the 2-hour trip up because I've been talking about that for so long, and they were nice enough to make that trip up to Long Beach. We had lunch, and unfortunately, we couldn't do any tours because someone in the party just wasn't feeling that well. So we headed back to San Diego, but... My son and I went back in 2012. We were in Los Angeles filming for a show, and we weren't scheduled our call wasn't scheduled until Friday. We had Wednesday and Thursday to knock around. So we decided to arrange some rides and take in some of the sites. And in California, there were 2 places that I got the feels on, and I really don't get the feels very often. One of them was the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel,
right?
Which was just, the vibe in there was incredible. And the second was the Queen Mary, because we had called to see if we could get on the Haunted Tour. I didn't think we would, but they said, sure, come on down. So we arranged a ride, and this was in January of 2012. It was on a Thursday evening. And we went on a tour, and I remember them piping in sound, and there were lights, and just kind of adding to the vibe of the whole thing. For whatever reason, I remember our tour guide's name. His name was Danny. And we went on the ship. We were walking down the corridors, and my son and I were in the front. So we were listening to every word, and we're going through the different areas. So I think we kind of ran into a dead end. So the group had to turn around and head back the other way. So now we're in the back. So we're walking through the corridors, and David is right behind me, and we're walking along, and then we stopped at one of the places he wanted to talk about. So my son, after a couple of seconds, came up to me and gave me one of these, like the shoulder, and I looked at him like, what? And he gave me this look, and I know this look. He was like, you know, because that's usually the look we give when we're investigating a place and something happens. And we don't want to alarm anybody because we're not sure of it at that point. But I knew something had happened there. So we walked on a little longer. We didn't have a conversation out of, you know, courtesy to everybody else. But when we finished, I said, "What's up? What's going on?" So as he was walking up the corridor, to his left, in a part that was a little recessed off the main corridor, he turned real quick and he saw a woman there. And he described her as short, very stout, busty, with her hands clasped in front of her solar plexus. Now, she didn't have any makeup on or anything, looked as real as you or I. And he kind of, you know, got startled a little bit. And in fact, he thought it was a bit part of the, whatever, you know, the tour at first. And he actually smiled and nodded to her, right? And she was like impassive, didn't acknowledge him, but kind of followed him a little bit with her eyes. So he didn't think much about it. And when we stopped, he turned around, looked down the corridor, and didn't see the woman. Now, if she was part of the bit, maybe she'd be following us or she went on her way. There was no other way for her to get in. There wasn't like a door behind her. So he got a little curious there and took about 6 steps back, and she wasn't where she was anymore. So at first we left and we're off the ship, or else we would have asked the guide, like, "Hey, you guys, you know, is she part of the tour? Is she part of the thing here?" So we thought about it a little bit, and it would seem to us that if she was there as part of this thing, someone else ahead of us, there, you know, maybe there was 8, 10, 12 people, something like that. One of them would have probably been startled as well, or said something, or recognized her, or yelled or something, because they would have been a little startled. But nobody did, including myself, who was ahead of him. I walked by the same area, and you'd think if she was part of the act, she'd want to be seen, you know, to throw a scare into everybody. So we walked away from there thinking that David might have seen something weird and anomalous on that ship, and, you know, that's the lasting impression we got for the reason I just said. No one else saw it.
Right. Well, listen, man, I've got another guest that is going to be able to add a little context to your story. So let's bring in your tour guide, Danny.
Okay. Oh, my word. Hey.
Block.
Oh, I can't
and
hear
I was leading a
Dan
group in,
right now.
no more than about 10 to 12 adults.
I cannot hear him
And we
either.
were sitting in sort of semicircle,
It's okay.
top of the
We're gonna
balcony,
get that taken
looking
care
over
of.
the pool. I remember I was sort of lecturing about the pool area, just talking about, you know,
Yeah, I hear
the hauntings and whatnot. And out of the corner of my eye, I could see something popping out from behind somebody. And what I noticed was it almost looked like a child just kind of leaning back and forth, trying to get my attention. Each and every time that I saw it out of the corner of my eye, I would try to look over, and it was almost as if they noticed me, so they jetted behind the person. At one point, the person to my left completely shifted, leaned against the wall, and I caught a clear view of an apparition. The apparition that I saw, and I could still see it clear as day, is a little boy, probably no more than about 3 to 4 years old. He had a blue sailor suit, and he had short blonde hair. And when I noticed him, I was going to try to quickly look. And when I went to look again, he darted behind the person he was standing behind. A little bit later on, that person would approach me and tell me, you know, I felt uncomfortable when I was standing in there. I felt like something was tugging on my shirt. And so I leaned against the wall to get it to stop. And I eventually told that person what happened, and we both had a similar experience. And it was something that was really fun to share.
That's awesome. So, I mean, I have to ask Dan the question. That particular night, I never had a chance. You guys weren't running a bit on us or anything. There was nobody dressed. He described her as wearing kind of like a jumper, or he described her as a nurse. like someone from the 40s. I don't know if the pinafore is that the hat that they wore. But anyway, that's what he said he saw. It looked like a nurse.
Well, it sounds
you know,
like,
listening to Danny, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It sounds like that Danny is kind of really corroborating, you know, the experience that your son had.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, the thing that stuck out in our minds is that no one else reacted to this. So we thought if it was all part of an act and it was a person there just playing along, somebody out of the 8, 10, 12, like I say, a dozen people or so, somebody would have recognized her because she'd want to be recognized.
So, Ken, you know, when it comes to seeing a full body apparition, which I do not believe I have ever done, although I don't know if I'd know. If they just looked like a regular person, I might not know. But when it comes to seeing a full body apparition, I mean, how rare is that?
Wow. Well, first of all, it's the gold standard when that happens. And I think in over 40 years of doing this, I've seen it 3 times. Twice as an investigator and once as a young child, where I saw my uncle, who had, in the afternoon, who had passed away earlier that day. So it is extremely rare to see, and when we're talking about full body apparitions, we're not talking about corporeal entities. We're talking someone who looks very solid flesh and blood. So it doesn't happen very often, but that's pretty much the gold standard, what we're all kind of looking for. And, you know, when those reports happen, I take them very seriously.
Right. So, but that kind of reporting comes from the Queen Mary quite a bit, right? I mean, this location in particular seems to have a lot of sightings of full body apparitions. So in terms of haunted locations, that kind of makes it, to me, very unique.
Oh, it's iconic. Like I said, you know, I got all the feels in 2 places, and I can count on less than the fingers of one hand the times I walked into a place and ever felt like, you know, you get that shudder like there's something going on. The Hollywood Roosevelt was one of them, and the Queen Mary, definitely, you know, because I don't really get, you know, coerced into something. I know a little bit about the background and the history and everything like that. And there's no question it's an active location. But when somebody I'm close to and I trust implicitly, as is my son, you know, and he's pretty skeptical with these, but when he had that experience, then I take that seriously because it happened to somebody who wasn't looking for it.
Right.
And it's the last thing in the world we were looking for, but there it was on the ship.
Well, I got to tell you, as I've told you before, I don't have experiences, right? But I did have an experience here, I think, you know, one of those things out of the corner of your eye. And it happened to be in conjunction with something that actually happened to Kathleen when we were downstairs in the engine room with Tony and Sheree Rathman, and we were swapping out a camera after we were done the first night, right? And so, was it the first night or maybe the night that we did the free preview? But we were down in the engine room and Kathleen got touched and she whipped around real fast. And as soon as she did that, I looked past her and I saw this figure moving behind a big pipe, right? And it wasn't a dark, shadowy figure. It was almost like, and I'm not going to say also that it was like a see-through apparition. It was almost like a bubble, right? Where you could, like you're seeing through something that you can see through that is like a bubble or plastic or glass, and you can see the edge of it because light is being displaced, and it just went like this. And it was like kind of like maybe the shape of somebody's back, you know, and just moving like that. And so that's my experience here, but I have to tell you that other people that are part of the crew and some of the investigators and stuff have had experiences here, and, you know, not all of them very nice, you know? So it's, you know, and those aren't stories for me to tell because they're not my stories, but, there have been quite a few experiences here, and I don't know, as a producer and having been to all of these locations before, and this one I've been to also producing a show. This is the first time I've ever been on the location of a very haunted location where I had an experience and a bunch of other people had experiences too. People who, for the most part, are skeptics. It's just one of those places.
I love when you guys have experiences like that. It does my heart good. It does my heart good when you, Kathleen, and everybody there. I love it. Well, I mean, there are two things I think, and this is a very, very humble opinion. There are two dynamics with a sighting like that, and the first is projection, and the other is perception. And they're on both sides of the coin. It depends how a spirit projects themselves. A spirit could project themselves as they see themselves, or maybe as they were in life at an older age or a younger age, and sometimes they come in forms of energy, light anomalies, distortions, a lot of things like that. And then the other half of it is how we perceive them in our own minds, whether they're full-bodied apparitions or they're any of the other things that I mentioned. So, I mean, it's a really fascinating dynamic when you hear people's stories that sometimes they see the same thing in two different ways at the same time.
Right, yes, I've heard that.
A lot of it is how our brain works.
Right, exactly. Do you think that there's something to, especially a location like this, where when you step through the doors or across the plank, the gangplank or the gangway or whatever you call it, when you enter a location like this with such rich history, that starts working on you?
Yeah, I think so. I think that it's a very difficult thing to try to put that aside on an investigative standpoint. People go to places like the Queen Mary because they want an experience. They want their own story. When you're looking into it as an investigator, you try to check that to the door. It's easier said than done, because if you have background on a place, you have the stories and the different locations inside of a place. But eventually, you're just trying to document whatever it is, and kind of put yourself in a frame of mind that there's some walls, there's a floor, there's a ceiling, it's just a space. But when it hits you in certain places like the Queen Mary, where there was so much trauma, I think it speaks to the difference between ghosts and spirits, where ghosts typically are those things that walk through a wall that you see, and they don't really acknowledge you. But in terms of a spirit, we're talking, I think, a little bit more about our personalities in life, where we have free will and they can remain in a place or come in visitation, whatever the place may be. Now, why someone who passed away traumatically on a place like that would want to stay, I mean, you can only speculate why. If it means something to them, or they feel trapped, or maybe they just come in visitation to a place that meant so much to them in life.
Well, so you were on the Queen Mary, you took the tour, it was more of a visitation, it wasn't an investigation necessarily. If you were to come to investigate the Queen Mary, how would you do it? Where would you go? What would you do?
Well, what I would probably do is treat places that have been deemed as active the same way as you treat places that are not considered active, inactive. Nothing ever happens here. But you want to treat them the same in terms of documenting environmental changes or baselines or anything like that. So you can have that comparison. Like, what is it about this particular area that so many people have seen things over the years? So you want to take energy readings and everything like that, and then make a comparison and maybe be able to say, well, this holds something that this other location doesn't. So that might speak to it. But you guys were very fortunate, because the key to all of that stuff is to be able to spend 3 days at a place, 4 days at a place, and not expect something to happen within 20 minutes or an hour that you're there, because you're probably going to be disappointed. So in essence, what you have done, even though, you know, the event was great and it was so entertaining, is that you people got to do a case study where you saw it on 4 different nights and you had people inside the place who were able to spend a significant amount of time there. That's key to drawing any kind of conclusions about any location.
Yeah, exactly. And especially, you know, like you were saying, because the place is absolutely empty, right? Most of the contamination is gone. So I think it pretty much is kind of a paranormal investigator's, you know, kind of playground, you know, for some of these guys coming in and investigating. And we've got some investigations coming up pretty soon, guys. I know everybody in the chat rooms is waiting and hoping that they get to see some more investigating tonight, and you will see some more investigating tonight. So Ken, I do have some more stuff for you though, because I cannot stop talking to you. I love talking to you, dude. I mean, I'm a little bummed that I only got to meet you this year, because you're such a wealth of information. And, you know, you're one of these kind of dyed-in-the-wool investigators that, you know, who without the paranormal shows ever happening, you would be doing it. You were doing it before. You will be doing it, you know, as long as you can. And I love that and totally respect it. And so, you know, in terms of, you know, how you would approach the Queen Mary, what would you do in terms of, you know, dealing with some of the stories, the pre-existing stories and the characters, Lady in White, you know, Jackie, you know, the Gent, Winston Churchill, you know, all of the spirits or the ghosts that are supposed to be here that people see and have reported over the years. How would you kind of, you know, approach that aspect of it?
Yeah, I think what we do is get as much background as we can, because legends and reality tend to cross sometimes. So, of course, you know, some of the names, you know, when you talk about Churchill, we know who Churchill is. But we take a deep dive into the history and learn as much as we can in terms of who these other people may be, who the more nondescript spirits that are seen, you know, the woman in white, etc., and so forth, the small child. And I'm sure people have done that, and maybe they have a lead on those type of things, but try to get as much background as possible. So at first you go in, you set recording devices, you let the ship talk to you, so you get noises, whether it's water splashing up against the hull, whatever it might be. So you know those are natural noises. But then when we start to get interactive and ask questions, to be more specific about that, where you can talk to somebody, not just who are you, but did you have children, did you come with your parents, etc., and so forth. You know, being more specific sometimes, in my experience, you have a better chance of triggering a response than just simply asking generic questions. So in terms of somewhere like the Queen Mary, which is such a vast location, there would have to be a great deal of cameras, recording equipment, because we can't be everywhere at once. But when we start interacting, we'd have to be a lot more specific in terms of the questions. And that's why we dig in and do the historical research to try to make a human and emotional connection, rather than just basically, you know, knocking at the door and trying to ask some questions.
Right, and looking for tricks, you know, and stuff like that. So, all right, dude. Well, listen, man. I think that based on the things you said, I think we've got this place covered. You know, we got cameras in most of the hot spots, pretty much all the hot spots. We've got we've been hitting the locations every night, and I think that we've got almost every one of the main locations that we've ever heard stories about covered. I want to thank you, Mr. Ken DaCosta from Rise Up Paranormal, for coming on to the Queen Mary tonight and being part of our event. Dude, I love talking to you. I want to keep talking to you. I'm hoping that you're going to invite me onto your show again sometime soon, which is Dead Air Resurrected on the Paranormal Channel with George Lopez and Mike. we're gonna say goodbye to you, dude. Thank you so much for coming on board.
It has been my pleasure. We'll see you guys next Friday when we'll get you together and do our post-mortem. Hey, in closing, I just want to tell everybody, the day has come. Get out and vote. Do it.
All right, absolutely. All right, Ken, thank you so much, sir. Everybody, the time has come. It is the time for investigations. I know you've all been waiting for it. And I am going to send you guys out to Becca Knight with her team outside of the pool.
Hi, everyone. This is it. I think this is the place we get asked about the most when it comes to investigating the Queen Mary. I know every single investigator that we asked to come and join us during these 4 days was like, I gotta go to the pool. We're gonna make it happen. There's a lot of stories that have been told about the pool and the ghosts and the legends that surround her over the years. So we wanted to make sure we put some of those misconceptions to bed and see if there is the spirit of someone who might linger here. So we wanted to make sure we share that information with you before we started on that investigation tonight, so you know the history and what we've learned to be the truth behind the pool.
Welcome to the First Class Pool. It has a lot of history. This is the most wanted spot to investigate on the ship. It has been closed to the public for a very long time now. The reason everybody wants to come investigate the pool is because of a little girl called Jackie. Jackie is probably the most famous ghost of the Queen Mary. She was really someone that first appeared here with Peter James. Jackie is described as a child that has been seen as a full-bodied apparition, always described the same way, as a girl with dark hair, in a swimsuit, always appears to be wet, like she just got out of the pool. And she's also manifested in just by sound. People have gone into space and heard a little girl singing Ring Around the Rosie or London Bridge is Falling Down. When Ghost Hunters was here, I believe they did an experiment where they captured an EVP of singing London Bridge is Falling Down, but they didn't finish. They kind of sang the jangle but left off My Fair Lady. So they sang the song, and then when they played back, you could hear the investigator singing, and then you could hear in the EVP the My Fair Lady. When no one was in the room to say it. She's internationally renowned. There are people that I have met in the last 2 years that have traveled from as far away as New Zealand specifically to come to this ship to investigate and look for Jackie. For some reason, people felt like, well, if the ghost is here, she must have died here. I don't think that has to be a thing. Maybe that's the place where she learned how to dive. And maybe that moment was so happy for her that she comes back to do it again. You know, I truly think a lot of the activity that takes place on the ship, it's not because of violence and murder and suicide. This is a place where people have powerful memories. And maybe those memories are enough to linger in. And that's why I think she's here. At no time since the 1970s has anyone ever done what we're going to do.
She's also got her original Art Deco marbling and tile work in there, which there's just no one that could recreate that today, that could fix it. So they want to keep everybody out of there so that her historical structure and art is left as much as possible. She was beautiful for her day and still is, but it's hard to keep those pieces intact when you let the public come near it.
Luckily, we have this opportunity to, one, investigate and actually put a camera in the space that will allow us to have eyes and ears in the room. And that's a very cool thing.
And Jackie is someone, too, that when reports first happened with her, it was always here at the pool. But once they shut down the pool, it seemed as if she was able to roam around the rest of the ship and look for interactions elsewhere. But with nobody being here, if she's wanting to play, we're going to be the only ones around to play with.
So we've got Chloe Noel here.
Hello.
She's joining our investigation tonight. I'm very excited. She's come and seen Aiden's show quite a few times, so we always love having her. We've investigated with you before on the ship.
Yes.
Some folks might know you from True Blood, and also you've got your channel, Chloe Noel, IRL. Kids are so hip now. I have no swag. So you're familiar with the Estes method?
Yes, I am. I've
And
actually done it before.
Did you ever come on a night that we felt like we were having a conversation? Did you see it yield some good results?
Yes, in fact, I was actually a part of it. I was doing the whole thing and I was talking and answering questions, and it's scary. And I have to admit, I'm a little nervous with.
Well, you know, if you're ever uncomfortable, you can tap yourself out.
Oh, I know. I'm gonna be strong.
Are you excited to see if maybe there is a little girl that lingers here to talk to
Yes,
us, or
and
anyone
I'm hoping
else?
that maybe
too.
since I'm a little girl, we can connect, and hopefully she'll feel safe.
Definitely. And then we also have Patrick here with us. Everybody knows Patrick. And Ernie and Ram, who built our beautiful altar tonight, are going to be investigating with us at the pool. So let's see what happens.
And just remember, no one's going to be behind you, so if you feel anything back there, let us know.
All right.
Like, if you get touched on the shoulder, like Becca will tap you out if you need to, but
All right.
anything touches you, let us know.
That was pretty scary, I'll admit, to hear, but, here we go.
And then we're going to have you hold the copper wire out a little bit too. We're not sure how good a signal we're getting, but we are near an open door. So we think if you just kind of hold the copper wire, that should help you get just a bit more of signal.
All right.
But honestly, to me, it's more compelling with the Estes method if all you're getting is white noise and you still hear conversations or words or responses. That really opens up the question of, is it the radio DJs that they're able to manipulate into the words in real time to be responses? Or does this tap into our empathic abilities to be able to connect with someone that we can't see, and they're just able to ride those sound waves to be able to talk to us? So let her get in and get settled.
There we go. There we go. Don't want her to poke herself. There we go.
Chloe, I think she's already behind you. We're good.
All right, please. If anyone has any questions to start this session, go on ahead.
Is there a spirit that wants to communicate with us? Female that's blindfolded, she wants to communicate with you guys. Can you guys give her a relevant answer, a name? What city are we in?
I feel like I heard, orange.
What city are we in?
I don't know if this is something to note, but it sounded like I heard almost like lullaby music, like a music box.
And just, you have orange written right across your face there, too.
Now, she's probably very familiar with the history of what seems to attract or follow the spirit that everybody believes to be here, which is Jackie. And a lot of people say that they've had interactions with London Bridges falling down, that kind of nursery type song and sound. So it could be that she heard it, or it could just be, you're willing and hoping for something to happen and connect. But that is one of those things that if there is a child here, that's something they'd connect with and respond to.
Yes, definitely.
More of that music box.
Can you tell us the name of the last president you remember?
Or prime minister?
My name's Becca. My favorite flavor of ice cream is currently chocolate chip. Do you have a favorite? Patrick, what's your favorite?
I have to go with Rocky Road.
What about you guys?
Mint chocolate chip.
Cookies and
I
cream.
think I hear a man talking, but I can't tell what he's saying.
And what kind of whiskey do you like?
The female that's holding the device, she wants to communicate with you guys. What's your favorite color?
Do you have a favorite song?
If we're communicating with anybody within the ship, can you guys please say spirit or ghost?
Do you like playing in the pool area?
Marco.
I'm trying to communicate. Can we please hear the word spirit or ghost?
Caroline.
Bum, bum, bum.
Sweet Caroline.
I know there's a couple of gentlemen here that maybe look a little scary. They've got some pictures on their arms. They're very kind. They're friends of mine. If you've ever seen me on the ship before with Aiden, I'm Becca, and these are my friends. And we are hoping to talk to you tonight if you'd like. I introduced everybody except for Greg and Nate and Chris. They're here too. They'd love if you said hi. You don't have to, though.
Back.
Would you like us to move back a little bit?
I might just be imagining this, but it feels very like tense on like my right shoulder. It feels like really strange.
Patrick?
Almost like someone's like staring directly at it.
This device has been lighting up about halfway. Can you make it go all the way red?
If you're close to this one right here, could you touch it? Or if you like any of the pictures on my arm. Are you touching her on the back? That's a radio.
Anytime we see a
More music, like a music box.
It's likely going to be, especially with that flicker, because we're literally on the other side of the wall for control. So they have another crew that they're talking to and radioing.
Music right now? Do you have a radio with you? Or a toy that makes music?
Can you finish this song for me? You can sing along.
My shoulder really hurts. This is weird. Like, and my left shoulder is completely fine. It's just this one, it really hurts. Eve.
Is that your name? Can you repeat your name again, please? If you want us to leave, can you guys please say leave?
Patrick, do me a favor. Step on this side to see if she's sensing you. Give that a try. See if she relaxes.
Do you want us to stop? Say stop, please.
You see this box in my hand? touch this box, take it from my hand.
If you need us to pray for you, can you say the word prayer?
There's no reason to make Chloe feel uncomfortable if that's what you're doing. If you're doing that because you want us to go, you could talk to us. We're here to listen.
Are you trying to make her uncomfortable?
My right shoulder still feels like really weird. It's like a lot of like tension. Oh man, it's freaking me out.
That's Patrick, do you think we should get her out? And maybe would either of you gentlemen be willing to try?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's give that a try.
Tap her out.
Good job.
Thank you. Man.
I'm gonna hand you that real quick. Hold on to your blindfold. Let me go grab him a blindfold.
So what was the sensation you were feeling on your shoulder there?
It felt really weird, like a tension, almost like a muscle cramping up, but almost like a little bit burning. And it felt like almost like something, like stress was being put there, like someone was almost like holding it, or maybe it just, I don't know. It felt really weird. It felt like someone was looking at me.
Okay.
And it just.
Well, that's why I'm on this side now, because I started over there, so I moved over here just in case it was me. But that, even when I came over on this side, you said it was still.
Yeah.
You were still getting that pressure.
I was.
Okay.
It was freaky.
Yeah. You want to come out of the chair then?
Yeah.
Is someone else in the hot seat here? Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay, it's still going. Good.
Just worry there's too much interference.
A good thing with the copper wire, if you like really hold, if you.
Spirit. Su comentador favorito ha llegado a casa, así que ahora los voy a acompañar en esta nochecita bien bonita con ustedes. ¿Quién me acompaña conmigo? Francisco Javier Alonso, ¿qué pacho, amigo mío? Ángel Ismael, ¿qué onditas?
Think about it.
How about a
Wants
nickname?
to communicate with you guys. Copper wire, I feel like really.
Man on the chair, what's his name?
¿Me estoy escuchando? ¿Sí me estoy escuchando?
Are you standing in the door?
19.
Do you like the door to the pool being open?
A ver, veamos. ¿Qué tenemos esta vez?
Su comentador favorito ha llegado a casa.
Bueno, ¿ya me está escuchando? Vale. Bueno, mientras vamos a poner lo del show en vivo, es que siempre en los comentarios de aquí, siempre si los que no ya saben los que qué pez, los que no, pues aquí ponen como cosas muy interesantes de qué ha pasado y así. Entonces ahorita yo me estoy basando ahorita en qué pez, a ver.
There's a light back there that's
Si no saben lo que están haciendo, aquí están poniendo una frecuencia de radio en ruido blanco, donde no hay nada, o sea, es nada más una como por estática. Le venden los ojos para estar más concentrado, todo o sea, concentradísimo, obviamente con sus cubrebocas, y tratan como de escuchar palabras, a ver si llegan algunas palabras y las que dicen las gritan en el aire. Ahorita por lo que vemos, el güey, este es un medidor de frecuencia. Y en caso de algo, pues se va a oír.
London Bridge is falling. Falling.
Ok.
Falling.
Una niña en la oficina, vale.
Maybe actually.
¿Sí nos seguimos bien? Ok. Vale. Al máximo, vale. Díganme si me escucho bien, igual que se escuche bien una presentación como esto, o sea, con mi voz.
On Ram's wrist. Can someone hit reverse? Is it scanning forward? Or maybe on AM? I want to switch that to AM.
It gets loud when we change it, so I didn't want to blow out your ears.
Ooh, that's loud.
Se pone ruidoso, en verdad. Ah, miren, aquí hay uno, miren, aquí, este es lo que nos interesa, esto, 2045. A ver. Voces, tripulación, ok, 2045 son las... Ah, entonces tenemos tiempo. Y recuerden que ellos tienen como una hora de retraso. Aunque para allá deben ser como las 10:21, entonces no sé qué pedo. 2045. Ah, son de las tripulaciones, eso no importa. Nada más, nada menos, ok. El próximo presidente, bla bla bla. Noche. Vamos a votar por esto. ¿Dónde estás? Me gustó. Vale. Vamos a ver. Viva México. Sí, que pasan. Ok. Lo bueno es que hay muchos mexicanos aquí. A ver si se lanzan sus videos. A ver. A ver qué ha lanzado esta vez.
Please stop. Can you read the words on his face mask?
It's not meant to scare. It's meant to honor and glorify the people of our family that have.
Ok, esto no es nada como que algo más. ¿Qué me dices, Francisco? Aquí esperando. Bueno, ya la muchacha de negro sintió una presión en los hombros. Ok, amiguito mío, nada más dime como qué hora fue eso para que la ponga, ya sabes que haga una como una un recapitulación de todo.
You want to talk to me?
Nomás dime en qué momento, a qué hora fue para que lo ponga.
My name's Becca.
Activa cámara 1.
Talk to her.
Or Chloe, her.
En verdad, a todos los demás que han estado conmigo esta noche sí me he estado durmiendo como entre el viernes y para acá. Bueno, el sábado más que nada. Es que en serio, chicos, o sea, he estado haciendo esto desde el lunes hasta las... O sea, imagínense, me acuesto hasta las casi 4 de la mañana, me levanto a las 8 de la mañana, universidad, trabajo, esas cosas, pues se pone pesadito el asunto, crean. Y trato de durar a veces, pero no me alcanza, a veces no me alcanza el tiempo. O sea, digo de que... O sea, no rinda mucho, pero créanme que hoy sí me trataré de quedar todo el día con ustedes, no se preocupen. Hoy sí vengo recio. ¿Qué hice? A ver, escuché un gemido. Ok.
We'll leave that for you. We're gonna stay out here.
Can we try the same what we had before? Please?
So you have a safe space. We're not gonna intrude it. It's all for you.
Sara muerta en 2021.
So if you feel like
Eso es un descanso.
you can always back away. I'm holding out
Ah, creo que esto lo hicieron.
some numbers on it on my
And
side.
so
I'll turn
whenever
it
we
around.
see the parades,
Esto no sé qué fue.
the people dressed up with the face paint and stuff. Muertos parade, that was in 2016.
Ah, sí, sí, lo que hicimos hace rato, que creo que están haciendo hasta sus calaveritas de azúcar hicieron. Lo hubiera hecho con ustedes, amigos, pero no me alcanzó mucho el tiempo para llegar con ustedes, y no si lo hubiera hecho con ustedes, la verdad. Quiero ver cómo, más quiero ver cómo quedó su calaverita de azúcar, porque sí me gustó mucho cómo lo hicieron. Espérense que para el próximo Halloween, que en verdad voy a hacer una calaverita de azúcar con ustedes. Porque esto hubiera sido la cereza del pastel para ustedes, la verdad. ¿Qué me dicen? Ok. Bla, bla, bla. Otra vamos a poner esto. Mi esposo, bla, bla, bla. Awesome. Her back. Whistly Cam. Esto me interesa. Miren, 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 miren. A ver, a ver, a ver, a ver. A ver cómo era. Ese me interesa. Aquí me dices Ángel. A ver, Ángel, tu directo va muy bien. Sí, ahorita créanme que ahorita los directos han ido muy bien. En verdad, muy bien. Ahorita ya hay que arreglar la situación porque antes eran muy lentos y así. Pero ahorita he arreglado la situación y ya pues ya está increíble la situación. Prefiero mucho que esté así. Nada más déjame ahorita traducir unas cositas. Ahí bajarle eso a mi celular. Para que no les esté molestando. Nada más tengo que ver. En verdad fue un día muy especial, en verdad, con los días de los muertos. Demasiado bonita, la verdad. Ahora dice silbato. Ah, sonó un silbato. Se quiere hacer que era Whistly. Fue a las 19:13, 7:13 si no mal pienso. Vamos a ver si podemos retrasar esta hora. Creo que sí podemos. Creo, no estoy seguro. 19, creo que sí podemos. 19:13. Ajá. No, creo que no podemos. Créanme que ahorita los que no saben, creo que la mayor experiencia ahorita, lo mayor que hemos tenido ha sido una muñeca moviéndose. Hay una muñeca que se movió y sí la tenemos captada. Ya la verán en el resumen. Pero bastante bonito la verdad. Nada. Bueno. Mientras, ahorita hay que quedarnos viendo el show en vivo. Ustedes ya saben, díganme si quieren ahorita, si quieren todavía esto. Que dice que es Robert. Te llamaron Robert de Doll. Esta chica yo sé quién es. Por aquí debe estar. No, creo que no sé. Es una chica famosita. Pensé que era más chiquita. Me dicen. Todo bien, todo padre, perfecto. Sí, verdadero oficial, la verdad. Cuando no te creen. Mientras disfrutan esto, voy al baño rápido. Aguántame tantito, pero ahorita vengo rapidito.
Is that the same light you saw flickering?
Different side. Oh. But I would imagine it would be symmetrical. We can hear you. Now would be a great time to try and talk to us. We're not leaving yet. But if he's able to hear you, we don't know if the next person that goes in will be able to hear you. Or if we'll try a different way to talk to talk to you a different way, or maybe we'll go somewhere else on the ship and you can follow us. Or you can go ahead.
Sirs, please help me answer the questions they are asking.
Okay. We'll help you. Or if it's too hard to talk to us, Aiden and Susan are down in the propeller box, and they might be able to hear you and talk to you there. So if you feel like following them down here or continuing to talk to us here. Oh. Around and be so hard tonight. Aiden, Susan, good luck.
All right, guys. Welcome to the propeller box. This is the first time we're seeing it here on the Dark Zone Live on the Queen Mary. I'm very excited to be here tonight. With us on the investigation, we have the Rathmans with us tonight. So Tony and Cherie have set up these laser grids to do some full spectrum photography tonight. But before we get into all of that, I wanted to introduce you to some very special guests that I have with me tonight. Investigating with us tonight on Dia de los Muertos, you know them from Paranormal Caught on Camera. We've got Sapphire Sandalo and Rachel Evans.
Hello.
Guys, welcome to the ship.
So glad to be here. Yeah.
I'm really excited to have you guys on because even though we have a series together and we talk paranormal phenomena all the time, we've never investigated together.
I know. So hopefully... we only ever talk at the same time, so sorry about that. But I hope this isn't the last time.
I know, I agree. I'm really excited to have you on board, so thank you so much. I know you guys have never done the Estes experiment, so we're going to do that with you guys tonight. I know. They're going to be like, why are you guys not on Paranormal Caught on Camera? There's going to be like 3 episodes where we're not shooting. It's because we're not in the Queen Mary, just FYI.
We're already feeling some stuff, so
yeah.
we're excited.
Yeah, I know. It seems like tonight's being pretty active. I've been hearing about Chloe's experiences over by the pool. But just to give you a little bit more information on how the investigation's going to go tonight, we have Ryan, Sean, Susie, and Emily from Dead Sarah with us. And of course, Aiden's here as well. So Aiden, why don't you tell us a little bit about the space that we're in?
Absolutely. So welcome to the propeller box. It's kind of one of the creepier places on the ship to visit. Because you feel like you're inside on the ship, but in fact we're right now in a big metal box that was welded onto the Queen Mary after she came to Long Beach, and it was made just so that we could see her propellers and get an idea of the force and the power of what would drive this ship. And that was just one of them. That's the only one that's left still on the ship. The rest are all removed. But it's also a place that's legendarily haunted. Many people have come to the belief that it's haunted mainly because of the accident of the HMS Carousel during World War II. You can't see the propellers and not really wonder, what tragedy would it be if you got kind of stuck in that thing. And the accident of the Carousel is incredibly graphic, the idea that the Queen Mary collided with another ship, causing over 300 deaths. And many people see the propeller, and the myth has kind of grown that the room is haunted because of all the death that the propellers might have caused. Much like a lot of people say the Winchester house is haunted because of all the souls taken by Winchester rifles. The truth of the matter is that the accident really didn't cause anybody to get chopped up, so to speak. The Queen Mary actually rode up over the carousel and pushed it down like you were getting dumped in a swimming pool, and in that process it broke the carousel in half. She exploded. She sunk very quickly. That being said, because so many people believe the area is haunted, there's this big question of maybe the manifestation of hauntings comes from the belief. And if you believe in something enough, maybe that's enough to make it real. So tonight we'd like to see if we can really use the Estes method and see if we can capture some of that K2 along with some really cool photographic methods and using the laser grids as well. So, Susan, let's do it.
The Rathmans over there, they have a full spectrum camera. I think they're going to be taking some still photos. And the idea of the laser grid is that we can track movement, right? So we have the laser grid here. And so if anything were to go in front of these lasers, you'll see that it will make shadows, or you can kind of get a depth of field of whatever happens during the photographs, So it's a kind of way to give us an understanding of where potentially a shadow person could be within the frame of a photo. But I also do know that Sean over there, he is so graciously sacrificed. He decided he could do the Estes
bring you up to the chair, and we'll get you all set up. For you. Get the P2s out of the way.
No, but you gotta take your pants off. So here we go. I just wanted to show you what it sounds like. I can't see shit. Where is it? So essentially this is like right on that side. And so the idea is that it sounds like that, but it sweeps forward through all the stations. So it doesn't stay on one, and so you're gonna where's the volume on this thing? I know, I can't say I'm like, right? And it's also, you'll find very relaxing, at least I do. What's the mighty spoon for? Is it loud enough?
Turn it up a little bit. Am I going to sit down right here?
Yes. I mean, really? that mean? Oh.
A ver. ¿Qué pasó aquí? Ok. Están haciendo contacto, hay que ver si está el volumen al máximo. Voy a esperar un poquito más que yo. Probando, un poquito más. Ahí estamos, yo creo que está bien. Dice que se anda la hélice, ok. Aquí diga el nombre. ¿Dicen que se movió algo? ¿Cómo que se movió algo? ¿Por qué no se escucha? Sí se escucha, ¿no? Ah, baboso. Perdónenme, una disculpa, chicos.
What's your name? Was he rich?
Rich like me?
Oh, yeah, she's not.
Who's your daddy then?
I got one. I'm getting something.
Si se está el segundo al máximo, voy a esperar un poquito más que yo. Probando un poquito más. Ahí estamos, yo creo que está bien.
Mom?
La hélice, ok.
He's getting squirrely. Or is he just normally like that? Do you think we should call
Seems like it's getting. There's a high frequency pitch that. I mean, there's like a static that's going. But there's a static that's going. Like that's rising as if it's like an EDM rising.
About to drop a hot beat.
What if we were just all gone? Takes that off.
Are you waiting for somebody?
Getting more intense. Like
Yep, I'm getting it. Yep, I'm getting it.
Yes, that. Yep.
Who are you waiting for?
Whatever that is. I'm getting it.
Ok, todo bien, ya se escucha creo que mucho mejor, chicos.
Who are you waiting for?
Family?
How long have you been waiting?
You waiting for your family?
Just got really quiet for a second.
Do you know Ryan?
Now it's rising down. Yeah, I have that effect on people.
Do we know each other?
It's going up now. Who are you waiting for?
Does Sean remind you of family?
Does anybody in here remind you of family?
miss your family?
Big stat, big one. Like a spike. Now it's more energy.
Are you stuck somewhere?
Speak it in Deutsch.
You need help?
It's like, and it's coming back. It was like going up, and it's coming back down.
It's weird. Normally, I wonder if it's just like particular to a person. Like he's not hearing voices, but he's hearing frequencies.
Yeah.
He does have an ear for tones.
Can you do something in a very low frequency for us? Make a low frequency sound for our frontier.
Ok, un sonido bajo de frecuencia. Cuando se refiere a baja frecuencia, amigos míos, es por ejemplo el aparato que tiene ahí, es que le llegue el sonido de baja frecuencia, no lo oye del oído humano. Entonces este detector se movería, haría como un sonido o se coloraría color rojo. Eso se refiere con baja frecuencia.
Can you bring the tone down for us? How you doing over there, Rathmans?
Super good. I have to stay away because I feel sick.
You feel sick?
Yeah. I feel nauseous.
Do you have an name?
He was just saying how she's
Hola.
feeling sick, and then he was like, whatever that is, but that.
Seasick?
Are you seasick right now?
Are you stuck?
Ahora, como que algo está soplando la cámara.
Can you hear us?
Nauseous?
Were you waiting for us?
Yeah. Are you young?
Tell Sean your name. Are you upset with us?
Did something happen in this room?
Ok.
Can you tell us who's tattooed on his arm right there? That cowboy?
Do you like tattoos?
No.
Is that why you don't want to talk to him?
Is it against your religion?
Ahora, ahora. Te cuento de su religión, pobrecito.
There's an old grandma over here.
Y luego, despiértese, güey.
Hey.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
How was that for you?
That was weird. It was cool. I enjoyed it. Thanks.
Kind of relaxing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah.
It's hard to do Estes down here. It's like we have mixed results depending on the weather and what's going on, but we're essentially in a big steel box, so it's like a Faraday cage, so it does block out a lot of radio signal.
¿Qué dice?
And one of the things with doing the Estes session down here is also environmental, and we found that. So I was.
A ver, acaban de mirar esto. Creo que es el de la niña moviéndose. Creo. A ver. Ese es el que les digo de la muñeca moviéndose. ¡Ay, baboso! Hijo de su... Oh, que... que... Ay, 31 entero por Halloween. Hijos de su madre. No, me espanta. Se pasan de lanza. Ay, a ver.
Makes it hard, or you know.
What I noticed though, like the only thing he gave us a proper response to
Oh,
was, so
toma.
last night we had a band Visto Blanco and they're like heavily tattooed. And they had interactions based off of tattoos, you know, like the K2 meters and like, oh, your arms was one of the things. And so everyone has sleeves. And they were saying that they liked the tattoos, but we were up in the promenade where there was like where guests would normally go. And then when we started talking about your tattoos and if they liked your tattoos, you said no, like right after. Yeah.
Awesome. Sounds about right.
Specifically the cowboy.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Apparently not.
With someone who has been on the ship, he's actually physically, you know, the area that you walked
Se pasan de lanza.
was and the pool, and like he's been in that room. He received an award in that room, and here you are with his visage, you know, really just tattooed on your body. So, not that we're going to talk to John Wayne, but I think it's kind of cool that you walked on the ship not even knowing you were representing a guest, someone who was here before you, and it's someone that means enough to you that you had him tattooed on you, you know? I have Jack Skellington, but he won't show up either, so don't feel bad. You know? So, what do you think, Susan? I mean, what do you think?
¿De qué te ríes, Mónica? Todos nos asustamos. ¿De qué te ríes?
A tingling sensation on my head. And I know that you guys had mentioned you were getting some physical sensations as well.
For both of us, yeah.
Yeah. Tingly or?
Just like a tingle, yeah.
That's cool.
Kind of like a pressure, yeah.
Okay. So, you know, and your body's kind of a good instrument. So the question is, what is it? What causes that? Is it the low ceiling and the angles, and you know, is it psychosomatic generating it, or is it paranormal? You know, and I always question when people like lean really hard into psychosomatic, because what causes psychosomatic? You know, who's to say it's not a ghost that's triggering that, or something paranormal that's triggering that? So, what do you think? What do you think we should?
I personally love the engine room. Yeah. We had such a great time. I know you guys are excited about going in that space too. Yeah. And it also gives us more room to breathe in that space because it's a little bit wider. We can like kind of get more comfortable. Plus we have the Rathmans with us, and they have really cool equipment that we could set up there. And we can possibly interact with like apparitions, like full-bodied apparitions. It give us the opportunity to interact with things and see it as it happens.
Cool. I'm excited to go back through there too, because last night when we were doing like the breakaway investigations, we went down there with Britain, and we literally had a K2 conversation for about 10 minutes or so. And right as things were getting going, it was time to we had to go to someplace else. So we were getting set up, and then it was like, crap, we got to relocate. So I'm curious if that person's still there, because we kind of said, I'm sorry, we'll be back tomorrow. If you want to come visit us, look for me. I'll still be here. I might have different people, and maybe that is enough for someone to go back through there. So yeah, if you're down, let's go visit and see where that takes us. if that works for everybody. Yeah?
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. So I guess we'll take off to the engine room and you guys can follow us along. We'll have a little caravan. Grab our bag.
Then we'll put you guys in the headphones next.
So, you guys were asked to vote on where you wanted us to go, and here we are in the boiler room. We haven't had time to make it down here yet, so we made it down. This is the place where the Queen was able to set sail. This is what did all the hard work to make that vessel get across the Atlantic Ocean, which is just...
Casi tiro mi tamal. Es que no manches, cómo nos espantan, se pasan.
By hand, piece by piece, not a
Si quieren ver mis reacciones de cómo me espanto de verdad, hay una serie de videos de que los subí hace unos días, del lunes al miércoles, donde sale me estaba estando con Final Fantasy, Outlast, para que vayan a verlos. Mañana igual vamos a volumen un poquito para que no esté gritando. Mañana igual. Hoy se acaba el evento en vivo, por eso voy a estar con ustedes todo el día. Pero mañana voy a subir el juego de Más Pedían, el último juego que subí que era de decisiones de acuerdo igual a un barco embrujado. Entonces mañana lo voy a comenzar a subir. Pero te vamos a ver el video.
At this moment, it's echoey and loud because we are underwater. We're below the waterline of the ship. And this is originally where the boilers would have been that generated the steam that powered the engines.
¿Qué? ¿Por qué siempre se paran los momentos importantes?
Working, the sounds of men yelling at each other back and forth. There's been good laser grid stuff that has happened down here before. People have seen shadow forms go through them. I think you get more of a residual haunt that's here of things that just seem to recycle, you know, and happen in time. It is a cool spot to use a laser grid though, because the lighting is such in here that they work. You know, like you can actually see what it does and see where it goes. It's just a place where you can kind of maybe capture those visual things on film, which no one's really seemed to be able to do down here. So we're going to try.
So primarily we'll use Esta session with the spirit box here. Ada and I get a lot of luck with that, but we are inside of the middle of all the steel of the ship. So we can't get a signal down here with that, but we do have a couple of K2 meters. And since we are so far down, hopefully we'll have less radio interference than we did up at the pool. Oh, I'm already getting that, but I wouldn't. I don't know. The temperature just dropped suddenly. I did suddenly feel cold. I got the chills all of a sudden. So we'll see what happens.
¿Qué caso? Me espanté que me salí de tanto de YouTube. Ay, no, Angelito, tú puedes, sé valiente. Oye, una vez sacar se salió, ¿verdad? O ese no, ese fue como un screamer de acuerdo a Halloween. O sea, no fue nada de verdad. O sea, eso no fue de verdad. Es que hay un video de una muñeca moviéndose. Ya lo verán adelante cuando se los ponga el video de la recopilación.
That we can't see. Oh, I haven't done it yet. Just because I talk. I'll wait until I get into it, you know? My name's Becca. We don't mean to interrupt work or be in the way. We know there's a lot of important things that need to be done down here. And sometimes women are probably not allowed down here, but we have been given permission tonight. I brought my friends Patrick and Chloe. Hello. Not a ghost, it's a compressor. It's going to happen. Ernie and Ram. We've got Jennifer and Michelle. And we've got Greg and Chris and Nate. We didn't want you to feel like anybody's a stranger tonight. But I'm holding a device in my hand, and if you feel like coming close, you can talk into it and say hi. I'm going to ask some questions, and I might not be able to hear you answer them. But I'll play it back to see if this device was able to hear you respond to us. So I'm going to turn it on now. And if there's...
Vamos a tratar de hacer una psicofonía.
Thank you. If there's anybody here, my name is Becca. Would you like to tell us your name, please?
If there's somebody here with us, can you please light up both of these devices that these folks are holding?
Anyone working down here right now?
Do you guys need a break? You guys hungry?
¿No tienes hambre? ¿Un fantasma puede comer?
I'm going to hit stop. Let's see if we can hear you. Oh. Flicker. Radio. Oh. Thank you. If there's anybody here, my name is Becca. Would you like to tell us your name, please?
Parece que no captaron nada.
I've lost track of time a little bit. Could you tell me what year it is?
Eso es extraño, chicos. Está cortando la transmisión un poquito. Pero no siento que hayan captado algo. No escuché nada. Vamos a ver si hay tiempos ahorita.
If that was you, good job. Thank you.
Ah, miren. A ver.
Make a noise so we know
A ver.
You're knocking. Close one of those doors over there. Can you guys finish this?
¿Qué pedo? Ok. Ok, aquí está poniendo Dark Zone, nos está pidiendo de que, o sea, ahorita porque sé que no van a captar mucho. Ahorita para explicar rápido lo que buscan. Muy bien, Dark Zone nos está pidiendo de cuándo, qué quieren, dónde quieren que sea el próximo evento en vivo. O sea, a mi opinión, yo diría que pusiéramos la Casa del Conjuro 2. La Casa del Conjuro 2, yo creo que es un lugar muy bueno, la Casa del Conjuro 2, y creo que jalaría más gente. O sea, también hay que ver por parte de ellos que tengan más más colaboradores y más gente que lo vea, porque ahorita nada más los ha visto ahorita 19,000, y con el Conjuro yo creo que se disparó súper enorme. Entonces, no sé, o sea, pueden poner cualquier lugar que se les ocurra mundialmente. Entonces, o sea, pongan su idea. Ahorita son las 12:06. Yo voy a cerrar la encuesta a las 12:12 y vuelvo a poner una historia en Instagram. Y pues ustedes me dicen, ¿vale? No, a las 12:30 voy a cerrar la encuesta mejor. 12:30. Díganme ustedes qué quieren. ¿Qué lugar quieren que Dark Zone averigüe para el próximo evento en vivo?
No, that's an old recording. I thought I heard something at the end.
¿Qué demonios fue esa sombra?
But
Was it when he did the knock?
yeah.
Yeah.
But now I can't get back to that recording. I've lost track of time a little bit. There we go. Could you tell me what year? Oh, no. Let me fast forward.
déjenme ahorita quitarles porque voy a grabar historias para no interrumpir.
That water is creepy.
Water's moving through the pipes.
I went too far. Okay.
Yes, finish this.
There's that one sound, but that was Nate.
Was that what it was?
Nate setting his camera down.
Okay.
Because I was watching it happen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's quiet.
Need some help down here. Hey, can I get some help down here?
Let's try this. Am I allowed to be here?
Does first class come down here ever?
Can you show me where the elevator is to the engineer's quarters? Am I allowed to be here?
First class come down here ever?
Can you show me where the elevator is to the engineer's quarters?
I felt like I heard something over there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of noise happening over there.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Is there anybody else nearby?
No.
Not over there.
Hello?
Wait, there's no one else nearby?
Compressor.
Yes. Well, earlier, and I thought that it might have been Aiden and the other group kind of moving through the ship, but I felt like I heard like talking.
I felt like I heard like a walking.
Yeah, that's
Just
why
kind
I
of.
was, that's why I was focusing up there. That's why I was hearing it. Where the door is.
Dang compressor.
Yeah. The only other place people would be walking would be right up there, because that's the path we took to get down here.
Okay, because I definitely felt like I heard like conversation of like men talking coming from right in that area.
That's where I was hearing stuff. That's why I was focused on it. Someone up there by the compressor?
Do you know the way over here?
Can you shut that bulkhead door up there?
Are you guys ready for a lunch break? Why don't you make your way down here and join us?
Are you upset that we're standing here while you're trying to work?
I definitely hear our other investigation group.
Yeah.
Hi, Pisto Blanco!
Just the other team.
Oh, that was scary. So that is that.
Voices and footsteps out of the way. Do you mind that there's women down here?
Vale, listo. Entonces ya saben, a las 2:30 me he dormido, me he preguntado algo en mi habitación. Ya saben, cualquier lugar que ustedes quieran para la siguiente investigación me dicen, por favor. Se pasan.
I feel like I saw something in that doorway.
Over there where the
Yeah.
compressor is?
Yeah,
What did it look like?
kind of looked like a, kind of something like that, like something reached out and.
Something jutted out?
Yeah,
From the right hand side or left hand side?
right hand.
Is that you over there? I keep hearing stuff up there though. But the compressor's down this side.
I
All
mean,
coming
there's
from that
still
space.
other elements of the ship that go off and clang and make sounds.
But I'm not hearing clangs though, they're more,
Men at work, kind of booty walking.
not that, it's more vocal almost.
That's where I heard that talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no one's getting over on that side of the ship. Compressor.
I understand what you mean about being scared of it.
Just imagine if all the lights were off.
Oh my goodness.
And I'll take that moment to say, my bad, that was dead Sarah.
Can you come over here and join us? Tell us a little bit about your job. Because Commodore was saying there was a lot more stuff in here before, right? All the stuff's
and
been
that's
stripped
actually
out.
what I was just going to say we should ask is, you know, is it depressing to see her guts torn out?
Today's my first day of work. Who do I check in with? Who's in charge here?
Let's put down, guys, and see if we can.
Wasn't this like a test of everything?
The what?
Wasn't it some sort of everything?
I can't tell you for sure.
Que un grupo de obreros aparece ahí. Ok. Vamos a ver qué pasa, así que hay que ser pacientes. Estas investigaciones paranormales son muy lentas, la verdad.
Did I just see you over there in the corner? Is that you making noise?
She has her noises, folks.
No más. Se espantó.
That sound definitely felt like it came
Yeah.
like a knock from that corner.
That same area I saw the shadow at.
It's the yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can come a little closer. If you feel safe or comfortable, we're not here to scare you or hurt you. We might look a little different than you normally expect to see people. We have masks on our face. There's a lot of people getting sick right now, and we're trying to make sure everybody stays healthy. So this is our way to make sure everybody's okay and safe. It's not to disguise ourselves or scare you.
You want this entire group to move along, make a loud noise. Bang on something.
Press there.
Shine your light right up there into that corner. There. Oh, okay. It was just the texture of the pipe, and it looked like someone was standing there. See how it kind of looks like two arms kind of like hanging down? Well, since we keep hearing sounds on that side, do you want to flip around that way? Walk back.
Head over that way where the sounds are. Anyone working over here?
The queen is beautiful. The hours and days and years of work that went into her is just breathtaking. And anyone that makes her set sail, thank you. That is amazing. I love her so much, I just had to see every area of the ship. With permission, of course, respectfully.
Here's some brush on my chin. I don't know if it's bugged or not.
Who's working tonight? Who's the person in charge? Hello?
Are you upset that the boilers are missing? If I had to describe the noise, it sounded like it dropped a ball down a flight of stairs.
Ahora.
Didn't catch it.
Somebody over in that area? Could you come over this way, please? That's Becca walking.
That was me.
That was Becca.
Oh my gosh.
And the compressor.
Ahora. Pensé que se había pasado algo y dije, a la verga, ya tenemos algo.
Wait, is that light? Oh, yeah. That is light. Okay. I'm going to bring a little thing that'll help us see you if you're willing. I'm going to place it away from us a little bit, but it will shine bright so we can see you from far away. If you're willing.
Sí, esa cara sí es la del exorcista, creo. Es la de cuando le están poseyendo a la chica, que este pasuso, no sé qué pez. Pero qué buena broma nos hicieron. Yo sí caí redondito. Hasta que ahorita dice que sí.
If you tap it, it'll light up. And it's a way you can interact with us and talk to us if you're willing. But from a distance, that might make you feel comfortable. If there's anybody that'd like to talk to us tonight. If you feel like coming closer, there's a pretty young lady right there with a green light. You can come over and tap it.
Vamos a ver si ha puesto algún tiempecito aquí para ir.
If you like machines, gadgets, a bunch of us are holding some here. You want to like check them out? Touch them if you can.
Side step.
In like the bottom corner.
Well, and that's got more space. What you're seeing is more like this here, where there would have been ship parts.
Yeah.
Nada raro.
Inside the little hole thing, step to the right.
You don't have to be shy.
Oh. Getting closer, I don't want to.
Estoy nada raro.
Is that you over there?
If anybody has any good questions or things you'd like me to ask, I'm on the chat room there. I'll keep a look. And if it works out with the timing or with the relevance of what's going on, I'll throw it out there. I think that was our in-airs.
If you guys are on another part of the ship, could you please come down here and join us?
That sounds like someone going down the stairs right there.
Are there steps there?
No, pues sí, otra vez el sonido. Pasan.
Someone walking down the stairs over that direction.
Watch the ball.
Now look where this door is. There's no floor at all.
Yeah.
And if we saw it here, there's catwalks. Did we see somebody back in this area? Were you just working in this area here? No need to hide from us. We're not here to get you in trouble or cause you trouble ourselves. Just here to learn about the ship. To learn about what you did down here. How many times did you cross the Atlantic?
Ok, hay que tratar otra vez.
Do you need some coal down here?
Really cool, man. You just like breeze. Blue crab.
Yeah, I just felt it too.
You still here with us?
Are you able to work on the ship? Or is it a little confusing with things being missing?
Close that hatch for me, or try to.
Who's here watching us?
Estamos teniendo muchos fallos técnicos. Está raro.
Make a noise, we'll leave. We'll leave you alone. But make a noise now, please.
If you make a noise or not, we can let you get back to work.
But make it loud. This is the scene of a horror movie right here.
Does this place look unfamiliar? Does it seem a little different?
Demasiado trabado, demasiado trabado. Muchas gracias, Angelita. Muchas gracias por tus buenos comentarios, amigo mío. ¿De qué me perdí? Amigo mío, ¿de qué te perdiste, Andy? De que todo ha sido normal, muy pocas cosas han pasado, pero la pregunta es de que habrá otro segundo, el cuarto directo, están pidiendo de dónde quieren que lo hagan. Entonces ahorita estoy pidiendo a todos ustedes de que los suscriptores de que me digan qué lugar quieren que haga.
Can you tell me how it works?
Ok. La mansión Winchester de Amityville estaría muy bien.
Hello?
A ver, les voy a poner en el directo la dirección, pero lo hacen rápido porque puede que YouTube me lo borre. Ay, güey.
Did someone make a bang?
Así que por favor lo anotan rápido, ¿vale? Ay, güey, aquí no es. Ahí estamos.
I still think that was, you hear that constant humming, that buzz? I think it...
Su ubicación.
Something.
¿Ya se las dejé?
To me it felt like it was coming from the same...
Creo que YouTube no la quita, o a mí que yo soy como yo soy el propietario, espero que no me la quite.
Does it make you nervous or uncomfortable? Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, okay, that was Michelle. I felt like I saw like a hand through the hole. Michelle, our resident ghost. Every time, Michelle. Oh, that's scary. Man, that gave me a heart attack. Does it make you nervous or uncomfortable to see ladies down here? Are you worried that we might get hurt or wander off somewhere we shouldn't be? Hello?
Sí, un ruido, no mucho.
Someone's working or made a noise. Can you do that again, please? It's coming from that corner. Yeah. Michelle, could you radio and ask if anybody's... That's so great. Oh, yeah.
Muy bien, chicos, les dejé el enlace en la descripción para que manden su lugar de ubicación para Darkson y para que a ver a dónde podemos enviar. Yo quiero enviar la Casa del Conjuro 2, la DVD.
You know, I want to double check. Is it just now you were walking through the maze? Oh. About 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes well, that was not 5 minutes ago. Was it Aiden or that? Well, all I need to know is Clive. Was somebody following Clive? Ah. I believe that's the Commodore. Human.
No se pasan.
Yeah, and that was definitely... They did.
Those noises are going to be them. Just so we know it was you who made that noise and not our friends. Can you do it again for us, please?
Was that a shoe scuff? Yeah.
That sounded like a.
Was that a shoe scuff, guys? Was that any? Because I saw
someone,
you
like,
guys
inhale?
moving. No.
All shaking heads, no.
Okay.
That sounded like someone going.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. Like a human inhale.
Like a woman or a child. Yeah. Hello.
Is someone lost down here?
We're not here to get you in trouble.
It's too flashy. Usually we'll see a slow crawl to go to whatever number it is and then back.
Did you get lost down here?
Is that same? But we know they cross, so is that how long it takes to get whatever that sound is?
Who's gonna assume it's them?
Yeah.
Just because of that same area they were walking.
Well, and even still, like, nothing has responded to us, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be something residual that is still working on the ship, building her, fixing her, sailing her. So that would explain why it doesn't respond to us.
That inhale still like that was really strange, and that sounded like right there.
Yeah. Are you hiding down here?
Peekaboo.
Are you playing hide and seek?
Could be a really fun place to play hide and seek. Professor?
I'm pretty good at playing hide and seek. Would you want to hide and I could come find you? If you want to play hide and seek, I have this little device in my hand. You can just touch it and I can start counting so you could hide. There's my voice.
Do you like playing other games? Do you play kick the can? We don't have a can, but we do have this ball down here. You could kick that.
It's really cool. All you have to do is touch it and it lights up all pretty colors.
Thank you. If you kick it, it'll make these really bright, shiny lights light up. Trying to come over here and kick the ball?
Did it go?
No, it's got these two spikes over here, but not on this
Are you hiding over there?
We see you behind the wall there when we first walked in.
Trying to speak with us, can you light me with these devices up all the way to red? That's yellow. Red. Please.
If you light these up, we can
Vamos a buscar a ver qué más, a ver si pusieron algún tiempecito o algo. Porque una cosa que están diciendo, pero a veces aburre, amigos míos. Entonces... bla 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 bla. Ah, mira, ¿quién había votado por Amityville? Tú, Jorge. Ahí tiene otro que votan por Amityville. Porque ponían los virtudes del barco histórico. Pregúntale al fantasma si hay un fantasma. Ok, bla bla. Está comenzando a golpearlo. Bla bla bla. No he puesto nada todavía. Se fue el viento. A ver, déjeme pensar en lo que voy a poner. Creo que la casa del Conjuro 2. ¿Con cuál más podemos poner?
Do you wear coveralls when you work? Is that the proper attire for the boiler room?
Es que podemos traerlos igual. Es que México no tiene tantos lugares embrujados, así chidos. Se robaron las cámaras. Vamos a poner acá el Conjuro 2, a ver. Vamos a buscar cómo se llama. ¿Estoy hablando? ¿Sí me escucho? Sí, sí estoy hablando. Aquí está. Ok. Toes.
You want us to leave?
We're at least going to have everybody that's maybe feels like they're spying on you go somewhere else on the ship right now.
I was giving like a crawl.
So it'll be just us if you want to talk to us.
And Phil.
Susan and Aiden went to the engine room.
Conjuring
Anybody will talk to
2.
them there.
At the house in Green Street and Phil. Sería algo muy chido.
All right, so I am here in the engine room with Rachel Evans. Hi, Rachel.
Hello.
So we're going to put her into an Estes experiment right now, but we're also here with Tony and Cherie Rathman. We've set up the SLS camera again, and we have it on Rachel. So the idea is if anything kind of communicates with her or manifests.
Around her right, we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, so you have, this experiment's going to be shooting her. And then we have over here a K2 station. You've got the K2 meter. You have the REM pod with you, right?
Both sides.
All right, where should we put the REM pod?
Either just like maybe right underneath that sign, so we cover her backside in case something that comes up from behind her. He's got it from this side. Yeah, perfect.
And then we've got Susie and Sean over there in our control panel. They've got a K2 meter, so that way if any type of energy fluctuations happen over there. So pretty much we have people set throughout the room. Em and Ryan are over here with their K2 meter, and
We have a millimeter down here as well.
we have a millimeter over here, which I'm probably going to hold on to, because then I can use it around. And you know, the millimeter, what's really cool, is kind of like a multi-purpose tool. See, we're picking up EMF right now, 1.2. It's kind of going down a little bit. And it also, you could see temperature fluctuations in this as well. And this also has another EMF meter up top. So I'll just hold on to this and gauge whatever we have going on in the environment. Aiden is over there. He's in the chat room right now. So if you have any questions for the investigation, Aiden's going to be monitoring the chats. And you guys could be part of this EVP session, ask any questions for Rachel. She won't be able to hear you, but she might be able to answer you. So there you go. Are you ready for this?
Oh, yes.
All right, girl, let's get into it. I'll help you set this whole
Thank
thing
you.
up too.
I can no longer see. I'm sightless.
Here's your headphones. Let me know if it gets too loud.
Okay.
Don't keep it on, hold it out a little bit just in case it gets blasted. Any radio?
Ooh, yeah, it's a little loud.
All right. Is that better? We're already getting hits on the REM pod, which is pretty cool. Do you see anything on the SLS?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then...
Vamos a ver si aparece un espíritu ahí. Si es que esa cámara suena como Kinect, no sé si tenemos suerte.
She's in it. Are you guys getting hits back there? Yeah. Call out when you do. Let us know. Be like, yo, we're getting hits by the control panels. Are you getting anything on yours?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's
Well, if we have all three going off at the same time, it's probably production radios.
Yeah, exactly.
John saw something. He saw something.
We could tell in the shadow.
I've been seeing shadows in this room during our investigation.
I saw a shadow.
Down there.
Yeah, before I saw also the shadow on that corner right there, that door. And when Kathleen, Jay, and I, and Tony, we were down here, and Aiden, so I saw that shadow right there. I'm like, oh my God, I just saw a shadow.
I saw that shadow up in the rafters crawling on the tops of these giant, I guess, like... Yeah.
Next to me?
No.
It was the boom. It was the boom.
Oh, it was the boom mic.
Oh.
Okay. So I'll check them out right there. I'm gonna turn this up just a little bit. Is that okay?
Yes,
like
please,
volume-wise, so you can't hear us?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Oh, okay. Now I'm in space.
Did you captured a real-time moment right there? Did we just see you right now? We've been seeing shadows all weekend. Can you come stand next to Rachel over here?
Ooh, things got quiet for a sec.
We had some strange activity on that number 6 sign.
Can you come a little closer, please? Did your K2 go off?
Something just got really loud.
I just asked for it to come a little closer, the K2.
No.
I mean, the REM pod goes off and she says it's getting louder. Do you still have that hit on the SLS?
Do I still have the what?
The anomaly?
No, that's gone.
I'm getting it.
A lot. But it's your phone will set it off.
Are you getting it, Sean? Are you getting activity on your K2 thing?
Just got a jingle.
For a second. Yeah, see, I don't think it's my phone.
Well, I don't even have service.
If you put airplane mode on, that should probably help out.
Yeah, well.
It's on airplane. You're going to get a little bit from me from chat, so I'm trying to keep a little bit of distance. Yeah, I have this. If I send, it'll throw a signal. Yeah, but it'll be little. It'll just be a flicker. So if you see it flicker, it's.
What about our headphones?
They're running right there.
Yeah.
You're asking a question?
Yeah.
Is this where you stay? Are you afraid? Do you live in the shadow?
Yes.
Are those your shadows? Are those your shadows?
Oh.
Oh, again.
Can you see R?
Did you hear that over there?
Are we bothering you? Are you happy?
I don't know if anything is being picked up, but I feel stuff here.
Oh, that was a camera.
Come forward. Let us know that you are here.
Are you shy? Are you confused?
Yeah.
No, pues sí.
Do you feel stuck?
Muchas gracias, Angelito, muchas gracias. Veamos si ahorita ya puso en algún tiempo o algo.
Are you home?
Sorry? Yeah. Something like that.
What are you sorry for? All the nights you spoke with us?
Tienen que la cámara 3 hay acción. A ver. Ah, sí. Es lo mismo.
Sam, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's sad in here.
You feel obligated to stay here?
Why are you so sad?
First, we spoke to Rachel earlier in the building.
Nada, 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 nada. No han puesto tiempo todavía, chicos, así que podemos esperar todavía.
Like, I kind of don't understand what it's something. It almost sounds like sorry again, but I don't think it is that. Oh. Oh.
There's nothing to be sorry about. We forgive you.
Not real quiet. Waiting for something? And?
For someone.
What are you waiting for? I
That
don't
was
know if
me.
somebody just asked something, but can you ask it again? What are you waiting for?
Who are you waiting for?
Sounds like shit. Like shit.
Yep.
Are you in trouble? How many spirits are in the room with us? Are you close to us?
No. No. No.
Are we asking the wrong questions?
Show yourself.
Muchas gracias, Angelito. Muchas gracias. Espero que me sigas apoyando en todo el futuro que venga. Van a venir muchas cosas bonitas. Todavía faltan muchas cosas padrísimas. Espero que puedas seguir apoyando, amigo, como los otros que me están viendo. Aunque no comenten, sé que me están apoyando indirectamente, igual viendo toda la transmisión. Y muchas gracias a todos ustedes. Recuerden, nos vamos a ir estar dando hasta las 4 de la mañana, si no mal pienso. Tal vez 5. Y pues a ver, vamos a ver qué pasa y a darle. Oh, sí, oh, sí, oh, sí.
What sank?
¿Dónde está el otro pastel? Yo quiero pastel.
Awesome. I'd like to try something. If you guys move to this side, to these steps, and set that K2 right on the rail, just balance it as best you can. If you can move Sapphire over here, just so we open that space up.
No.
I'm gonna go around and see if we can get. You speak English?
Él habla español. Es mexicano. A huevo. Que responda él. A huevo.
Are you married?
No. Es Es, ya no sé si... Ay, se me fue el chiste.
Sounded like a something guttural, like a
Mejor guardarle su nombre y así sabemos si es estadounidense o mexicano.
Are you seeing something, Sheree? Yeah, but we want to make sure that's not the one it's picking up.
It's not. Look for the cameras ain't done. It's not aimed anywhere near them. It's underneath the light.
Pero cómo se está poniendo ansiosa la señora, se están viendo su pierna, se está poniendo muy ansiosa. ¿Era guapa? No digas que vio a la dama de blanco.
It's okay. I don't think it was a thing, Tony. I think it's the structure.
Did you just meow? Did you just make a meow? Did you hear that?
I heard that. Hold on. Let's open this up.
Here. Sound did you make here? I heard like meow.
She's saying here. Like
Sound.
and here.
Hold on a minute. Ooh.
Here.
I saw what looked like a shadow cat.
Are you here now?
Do you not want to be here?
Last night I was here with my friend Britton, and we talked to an engineer. Hi. Hi. That's where you were. Are you an engineer? Hello. Hello. They get anything on that one? This one's going. Is my engineer here?
Vaya, vaya, vaya. Esos foquitos, es que hay su cara de que asuma.
Talked last night.
Está aquí, hay algo aquí porque está tanteando. A ver si nos aparece algo aquí, a ver.
Are you getting? You're not getting radio, Christian, right? Well, thank you. I told you I would be back today with some more friends. I brought a lot of people. If you'd like to say hello, you could touch that light. That would be a way for them to know you're here and see you. They're not going to hurt you or bother you. They just came to visit.
no,
Okay.
no.
Okay. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. Can you tell
Did you
us?
see Britton Buchanan's performance last night? Or were you too busy working?
I don't know if this means anything, but my feet just got like sore. Like
Penny se está poniendo como ansiosa.
kind of, yeah.
Tired? Are you tired? Were you too tired to attend the performance, or were you dancing all night?
Muchas gracias Ángel, en verdad, muchas gracias que en verdad estás compartiendo el video, dejando tu like, dejen todos tus like amigos míos y compartan el video para que más gente vea todos los videos que se vienen porque hay muchos videos que se vienen muy pronto.
Hard. Maybe hard.
What do you do on the ship?
No.
We have permission to be here tonight. The Commodore is actually here with us. We asked his permission. He said that we could visit the engine room so long as we didn't get in your way. And if we get in your way, you can always tap us on the shoulder and we'll move. We'll get right out of your way. We just wanted you to know that we care about you and we wanted to visit. That's all. We want to thank you for your great work and all this equipment that's down here and how you keep the Queen Mary running.
Oh, I just got like a really strange sensation in my throat. Like a
Corona.
really tight, like a spasm.
El bicho está ahí, casi digo algo para que me quitaran mi desmonetación, pero no lo tengo que decir.
She is. Yeah. She is.
Sapphire, do you have some questions that you'd like to ask? Anything that comes to you?
My throat feels really tight right now. Like, all of a sudden I just had a hard time. I can't swallow. It just feels really...
The last word she said was she is. She is what? You said she is. She is what?
Low. Low.
Like on the floor, sitting down. My name's Susan. This is Sapphire. Got Emily.
Hi.
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 Are you wondering why there's women down here? Okay. Well, they're visiting. They're visiting the Queen Mary. They're allowed to be down here today. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. They just came to visit you, really, to say hello. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, too. What was that?
Thank you.
Low. Are you on a lower deck right now? Can you come up here to where we're at?
No. No.
What happened?
I said, why not? She's like,
Her shoulder is
shrugged her
like,
shoulder.
I don't know.
What happened in there?
Did you visit Susan on the stairs the other day?
Okay. I just got really like anxious for some reason.
Did you shake hands with Britton yesterday? He tried to shake hands with you. Oh. Okay.
Hola.
Okay.
Did you just try to shake hands with her?
One card went off too.
It's okay. She won't hurt you. If you'd like to shake hands with her, can you touch that green light that she's holding? She's wearing a blue shirt. She's very nice. if she holds out that light away from her, maybe you'll touch it then. Would you be willing to do that?
What's going on back there?
Okay.
Low.
Hello.
Me parece que le está respondiendo.
Low.
Ok. Hay respuesta.
Her K2 went off when you asked it to.
Yeah. Do you work on the ship?
How long have we had her in here?
It's been time. We should probably tap her out, actually.
Oh, I guess. You're giving us some pretty good answers there.
That was crazy. Wow, that was nuts. Yeah, wow. That was really insane. I felt very uncomfortable for part of that.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, you could have totally taken out of that. You could have tapped out if you needed to.
Oh, no, not uncomfortable like Rachel, like uncomfortable like, oh, what was that? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that was really strange. At first it was like coming through and like, I kind of had to like infer what was being said and stuff. And then it kept getting, I don't know if y'all were asking questions or whatever, but it kept getting kind of like more repetitive.
Yeah.
And definitely louder and definitely more clear. And then there were really weird moments of like, there were certain times where like right before I would hear something, I would feel just like incredibly anxious or like really upset by something. Like, I don't know. It was
emotionally responding and empathically responding.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Like there was definitely like I don't know. I definitely got the vibe that something, maybe something not great.
You want to try Sapphire? I know you've been dying to do it.
Get on the Sapphire.
Maybe you want to try after Sapphire?
I'm okay.
Oh,
no. Somebody sitting in there.
¿Qué pasó? Se me movió la silla.
I know. Who wants to do it?
The heat from the body?
It's not temperature gauge. It's
You know, those are the glitches, though, that, you don't know whether it's thinking the rounded chair is shoulders. So maybe just try to see if you can get it to interact. If it can't, we'll consider it.
Does anybody have? I'm going to grab this K2 right here. This is what we did last time. Is it still there? Hello?
Reach Susan's hand. Does that movement normal? Yeah. Whoever's sitting in the chair, can you please touch Susan's hand?
Sí, es cierto, está sentado en la silla.
Oh, right there. Oh.
Wow.
All right. It's okay. There
Está
you
sentado en la silla.
go. There you go.
Aquí se marca con los puntitos.
Still there. Can you stand up?
Yeah, well, if not,
Está sentado ahí.
It's just probably tracking the chair.
Ok.
that's my guess.
I think it's mapping the chair.
Yeah.
You
I think it thinks
Try
the curvature of the chair's shoulders.
Creo que sí. Creo que fue una falsa alarma.
What is that? Aiden, do you know what this would be?
11:18.
Let's
You
try.
think it's ectoplasma?
Yeah, take it away and put it back.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna smell it.
Yeah, now put it back.
A ver.
Okay. Oh, still there. I think it's mapping the chair.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah.
¿Qué estás haciendo, mija?
Yes, that's such a good sign. Foot, and it's really don't touch it with your. It's red.
Don't taste it.
Is it oil? No, that's soy sauce.
Soy sauce.
Yeah.
¿Salsa?
Smelled food. That was food, though.
I was like, where did that come from?
It's soy sauce.
It's rotting or something?
It's like it's
Bubbly.
And it's rice.
De buscar su sushi. Se pasan.
We're like ectoplasma.
Ay, y está esperando. Es ectoplasma cuando era salsa para tacos.
I don't know, I'm not tasting it.
Y ella oliéndolo diciendo, huele a ectoplasma. Y el otro, no, es salsa, amigo.
These guys here.
Eso sí fue una cosa muy F. Ahora sí ella como la pone el meme de quedé.
10 minutes.
Let the pro do it.
No, we're gonna bring you in too. We're gonna bring you in next.
Oh, this first and then.
Are you ready, Sapphire?
I'm so excited.
My radio's not on. Don't put it all the way on yet. Let me just turn it on and then we'll get it to a comfortable level for you. How is it?
Can you talk?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can stand it up for me. Can you talk?
Well, let me stand further away. Can you hear me
I
right
can
now?
still hear you.
Let me get this right higher. All right, let's just do it like that. Put this right here. Sapphire, I can hear you now. Can you say something for us, please? So that we know you're here. What's yours doing? Can you turn the light off for me, please, so we can establish a communication?
Yeah, it
There's
might
a
be
ghost
something
in the pot.
magnetic or,
I'm super hooked up. I can't hold on.
yeah.
I have
It's
too
not
much
you.
gear. I have too much stuff on me.
Yeah, it's all your toys.
I have all my monitors and stuff.
Ok, está volviendo loco. Hay respuesta, amigos, hay respuesta.
I'm not hearing anything.
It's really weird. It went off, but then when we get closer.
Do you miss your family?
You apologize?
Are you ashamed?
Sorry for it all.
Are you over it? Where'd you go?
Oh my god, I'm not hearing anything. Am I just like, I feel like my hearing's bad. Can it go higher or no? Is it the loudest?
It's all the way up. It's all the way up.
What output do you have it in? Is it in the headphone output or the switch it to the other output? That might help you.
On the bottom?
Yeah, it's actually a speaker out, but it boosts a little power to it.
Oh wait, I don't hear. Oh, now I don't hear the radio sound anymore.
Oh.
It's just silence.
That. Oh shit.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. She can't hear me though.
Okay.
Forward to the microphone, or is it the battery?
Ok. Está poniendo más feroz esto.
Is my mic not working?
Are you scared?
Are you bored?
Are you young?
Who was she?
You mentioned a woman earlier, or a girl. Can you tell me her name?
Are you just one of us?
Oh my god, I'm getting. I'm broken. I'm not getting anything.
Let's change. I'm gonna try a different rate. I'm gonna try a different rate for you. I'm gonna change the sweep rate.
Oh.
Did you leave?
For the last like 2 minutes, I have this song just randomly in my head for no reason. Can you tell me what that song is? Why do birds suddenly appear
Are you guys singing out there?
Yes.
Okay. I can kind of hear that.
So you definitely got to
Oh my God.
Does she have more volume to go up? Or?
Do you just not want to talk to me?
te ignoró en visto.
I mean, honestly, we've only had women, and women are not technically supposed to be in the engine room, right?
Yeah.
Maybe if we put a man in the headphones.
Man, I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, okay. It could be like super circumstantial. We're gonna try to put someone else in.
Oh man.
I was gonna say we're gonna try to put someone else in. Sorry.
No sé qué verla.
I've dealt with
Ahí estamos.
entities that are racist. I've dealt with. No, I'm telling you, it could be. I mean, going into a location, you could seriously.
I think that you're in a place that the majority of the people who truly were connected here and worked here and loved the place the most were the people who built her and worked here. And she was built in the 1930s, and she stopped sailing in 1967. And during that time, absolutely not would a woman ever be down here. If the entity here is a crewman, the Commodore had brought this up. If he sees you as a passenger, then they're not allowed to even talk to you or interact with you in any way. That would cost them their job. So it could just be a really awkward thing of like, why are these women here? And, I'm not losing my job over it. Or it may be that there's just nobody here, but maybe just by switching you out, we might get something. It may help as well too, as if if we bring all the women up here, get all the women out of their space, and see if we can replicate what we did yesterday with Britain with just one guy, and try to open it up a little bit.
Sean, was this not loud for you? When you were crazy loud. Hold on to your butts.
Like a cigarette hanging out the side of your mouth.
I know.
No dijiste las palabras mágicas.
Are you not getting hit over there? Nothing in the SLS?
I don't know if you asked something.
Okay, you're good. Sounds good. No, I'm going to throw something in the chat.
So this is Ryan in the chair. He can hear you. So you wouldn't speak with Sapphire tonight?
Do the masks on our face confuse you? Are you still here?
Nobody saw the sound? I'm not taking. I saw a shadow go right across the top. No, it was Aiden. He just walked upstairs.
Did you want us to go?
It's just the same oscillation.
Do you want us to leave?
Not just you, Sapphire.
Having fun hanging out? Are you enjoying yourself?
Are you American?
Del mexicano.
Are you German?
Mexicano.
I think we lost connection. I don't feel anything.
I know, I just completely stopped. We didn't even get.
Yeah. The energy in the room, it just looks like a room now.
It's just dead or
Yeah.
not.
Well, because it's getting a little quiet right now, we're gonna bring this over to Jay. It seems like it just kind of.
I'm broken.
It happens. It will literally. What happens is the energy gets so diffused from like trying to connect all the time, and it just runs out of momentum. So it happens. But I guess we're gonna toss this over to Jay now. Thank you guys for joining us. I think this is my sign out for this whole event tonight. Thank you for being in this, experiment with us. Thank you for, thank you to Dead Sarah for being with us and investigating. Dead Sarah visiting the dead. On the Day of the Dead.
El Día de los Muertos.
I mean, and now the investigation seems to be dead.
Parece muerta. Señores, pueden ir a investigar por ahí, por
Thank you
allá.
so much for joining us here at the live
pasan.
Queen Mary event on the Dark Zone. I cannot tell you what a whirlwind, wonderful, emotional, spiritual experience this was for me. I hope you guys feel the same way. So happy Halloween, happy Dia de los Muertos. The Dark Zone will be back with another live event in the near future. I love you guys. Jay, take it away.
Ultra bien bonito y chulo.
Thanks, Susan. All right, Dark Zoners, we are at the end of another amazing event. We did 4 nights, 4 days, 4 nights of paranormal investigating and an event like you can't imagine, the Halloween Virtual Haunt and Music Fest here on the Queen Mary. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being with us from the very beginning with the Conjuring House and with the Lizzie Borden Murder House, and now with the Queen
Ahora
Mary.
sí.
It's been an amazing stretch during this whole COVID thing when we can't get out, we can't go to paranormal conventions, and we can't see concerts, and we couldn't have Halloween here in Southern California. Maybe in some places you guys were able to have Halloween, but we couldn't do it. So we wanted to do this, and we wanted to bring this to you, and we sincerely hope that every one of you enjoyed what we had to offer. I want to do what I always do. I want to thank everybody that was involved in this event and putting it on and planning it, and it starts with Kathleen Burns, who is, the voice of God behind the console, and she's working all of the angles and she's making it happen. And then from Kathleen we go to Renee, and Renee Barnett, everybody who has been involved in this, they know who Renee is, and she's been making things happen. And then Christine Augustine, she is also like one of the big players here, making it happen, making things come together. We've got Danny Wolf, who helped out with this.
Ah, qué bonito.
Put together the costume contest. You know, we've got so many people that are involved. Of course, Susan, who is part of the Dark Zone, Patrick, you know, we had Kristen. These are all Dark Zone people. We had so many people involved this time because it was such a much bigger event than the other ones that we've done. Not only because the ship is huge, but because just what we tried to pull off, what we tried to bring you guys with music. The bands, I want to thank all the bands, right? Sound Barrier. We had Silver Sun Pickups. We had Filter. We had Dead Sarah. We had Metalachi. We had, I feel like, oh, Bisto Blanco. You know, they headlined Halloween night, and they were amazing. And they had this amazing investigation that they did last night that I hope everybody got to see. And there's the thing, if you didn't get to see it, if you missed anything, you'll be able to watch the show on video. It's recorded, and it's going to be replaying tonight, too, for other time zones. So, you know, keep watching. Come back with us. We're going to do this again. We want to keep doing this. I don't know when the next event is going to be. We want to put a lot of thought into it and figure it out. And so what we'd love for you guys to do is to let us know where you'd like us to go. Right? Go on our Facebook page, write us some messages, let us know where you'd like to see us next, because you know that even though there are other people out there doing this, the Dark Zone is going to bring you the best event, the best paranormal investigations, the best paranormal investigators, and the best kind of overall event. Very entertaining.
Sí, son los mejores con esto, eso sí puedo confirmar.
I think you can tell we're getting better at doing this too, right? So the execution has been awesome. We've had
Sí, la verdad están preocupando mucho.
with us behind the camera and of course in front of the camera. So, with that, I'm going to say goodnight to you. I am Jay Blumke, and I'm going to kick this out to the host and hostess with the mostest, Aiden Sinclair and Becca Knight.
Thank you, Jay. We can't thank you enough for joining us here aboard the RMS Queen Mary. And I always learned it's always better to leave things better than you found them. And I know the ship is just waiting to come back to life, and there's not a lot that we can do to change that, but there was one thing that we could change. Over the 6 months of the pandemic, the weather has put some wear and tear on the Stars and Stripes, so we thought we'd bring a new one.
Qué cosas, qué triste.
Stars first.
Viva el Queen
I
Mary.
wanted to say thank you. It's been an honor and a privilege to come back to the Queen again these last 4 nights to investigate the paranormal and bring a little life to the old lady once more. And we can't wait until she can open her doors again and the rest of the world can join us here aboard the RMS Queen Mary.
Aiden, we are delighted to have had you and Becca Knight with us for this occasion. This is truly a remarkable time in all of our lives. It's been very difficult for Americans, so this is symbolic to change the flag on the Queen Mary. Not only will this ship rise out of the ashes like a great phoenix, but so will our country. And just remember, everyone, stay positive and remember these words: love will find a way.
Good night, everyone. Thank you, Dark Zone.
Bye. Thank you.
Ok, la noche para nosotros no termina todavía. ¿Por qué? Porque las cámaras aún están funcionando todavía. 7:43. Ah, no, estos son de las 7. Esta sigue funcionando.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to send somebody back now to...
Hicieron un gran trabajo, lo puedo admitir. Demasiado un buen trabajo, muy espectacular lo hicieron. Aún podemos tener cámaras, aún podemos usarlas, así que usaremos todo un rato las cámaras, la verdad. Ahí estamos. Ahora. No manches, si nos quitaron todas las las cámaras ya. En el otro Diles y Borda nos quitaron las cámaras. Ay, ay, ay. Qué bueno que esperé el en vivo bien temprano. A ver si tú. No, pues sí, que parece que sí nos quitaron las cámaras ya. Porque si no ya, así cerrando la sesión. Si ahorita nada más van a repetir lo del día, pues yo ya lo sé. Yo sí lo empecé de bien temprano, chicos.
Things are going to get festive. On Halloween night, we'll be hosting a virtual party with celebrity guests, music performances. I've been waiting for this moment.
No, ese es el tráiler. Pero sí, chicos, esto fue todo de parte del Queen Mary. O sea, fue bastante divertido, la verdad. Y en verdad, para todos ustedes que les traje el mayor contenido de Queen Mary, hice todo lo posible por tener las transmisiones a tope, en verdad, de todo el mundo. En verdad, traté de hacerlo lo mejor posible. Pero ahorita parece que no, ya no van a dar. Hasta el próximo momento lo van a dar. Entonces yo me despido por este momento aquí. Y espero que todos ustedes hayan tenido la mejor experiencia de los que siguieron del Queen Mary, hayan tenido todo. Esperen en una semana o dos, porque bueno, una semana yo creo que sí, cuando haga la recopilación de Queen Mary, la revelación, que va a ser como que todo lo que se ven todos los días, como que toda la acción que sé yo. No fue mucho, pero sí estuvo bastante variado. Así que Espero que todo esté súper padre para ustedes, se lo hayan pasado súper bonito. Yo, como ustedes saben que yo estuve encargado de todo, sé que no estuve tan presente como otros en vivos, pero traté de traerles lo mejor. Entonces, por mi parte, esto sería todo, amigos míos. Ahí déjame ver si está la multicámara, tampoco que esté. Sí, no está, tampoco, entonces sí, ya valió. Entonces, en verdad, amigos, espero que se hayan pasado bien. Recuerden que aún así voy a seguir subiendo videitos de la serie de lo normal. Mañana tal vez sí voy a avisarles. Mañana voy a avisarles y voy a subir vamos a hacer un gameplay del juego de Met o Medien, de ese otro, el juego del barco embrujado. Lo estaría empezando como a las 5 de la tarde. Nada más 2 horas les estaríamos dando para que no se aburran tanto y así se hace seguido. Entonces mañana les estaríamos dando, chicos. Damas y caballeros, por mi parte esto fue todo. En verdad, muchas gracias por acompañarme entre todas las horas de la noche. Muchísimas gracias, en verdad. Espero que se lo hayan pasado de lo más genial posible. Y de mi parte esto ha sido todo. Y bueno, muchas gracias. No saben lo agradecido que estoy con ustedes por quedarse conmigo. Todo eso serán pocas personas, pero las necesarias que hacen este canal posible. Les agradezco como Angelito, Francisco, no sé quién más estuvo, a Carlos Humberto Biencito Metodano, a Mónica Rodríguez, a todos, a Luquitas Perreica Cuenca. Les agradezco a todos ustedes por estar en este vivo de Queen Mary. Y también si estuvieron en los vivos de gameplay y todo eso, muchas gracias. Gracias por estar en esta semana de pesadilla 2020. No nos ha ido muy bien este año tal vez por lo del bicho, pero nos irá tal vez mucho mejor después. Así que ya saben, cuídense mucho, tomen agüita, hagan ejercicio, coman frutas y verduras. Y pues ya no. De mi parte será eso, de todo. Serra Alex, ¿de qué, bro? ¿Qué pasó? No manches, ya llegaste bien tarde. ya cerraron el evento de Queen Mary. Lo acaban de cerrar, amigo mío. Y ya lo acaban de cerrar. A Vico Gómez, muchas gracias, en verdad. Buenas noches, amiguito mío. Y que, en verdad, descanses. Ya se acabó el evento, Serra Alex, amigo mío. Ya se acaba de acabar. Apenas se acaba de acabar hace como unos 5 minutos. Ya no nos dejaron las cámaras como otros eventos. Ahorita sí las dejaron. Entonces ya se nos acabó el evento. Fui a cenar. Ay amigo, no te pasas. Pero bueno, para los que los que no saben, les dejé un enlace hasta arriba que les digo para votar. Entren rápido, les dejo un enlace que es como un documento de Google que dice que es Dark Zone, para dónde quieren que vaya su próximo evento en vivo. Es mundial, pueden poner el lugar que ustedes quieran. Amityville, México, Alemania, Australia. Ustedes pónganle el lugar y ellos verán si pueden ir ahí y nos irán el próximo evento en vivo. Así que si quieren hacerlo, ahí está el enlace arriba de los comentarios, donde les pongo que entren rápido para votar, envíen su ubicación, ¿vale? Entonces esto sería todo de mi parte. Como les digo, muchas gracias, muchísimas gracias, amigos míos, muchísimas gracias. Y esperemos que déjame ver si qué más, si tu petición de evento. Pero bueno, esto es todo de mi parte. Ya está repitiendo más la noche. Y verdad, espero que se hayan pasado muy bonito, muy padre. Y que el Queen Mary viva sus años y legado. Y no, gracias, ya ya lo vimos. Y muchas gracias a todos ustedes. Muchísimas gracias. Y en verdad, Serra Alex, que aunque no estés presente, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros en vivos. Y gracias por soportarme aunque me haya dormido a veces. Muchas gracias, amigos. Y fue una semana muy pesada. Créanme, una semana muy pesada. Pero todo lo que hago por ustedes. Y con permiso de quién o qué. Ay, güey, creo que se me fue. Probando. Ah, sí, estoy bien. Entonces creo que esto es parte de todo. Espero que se haya pasado bien. Les mando un abrazote a todos. Ya saben, cuídense mucho. Y nos vemos en el próximo... Probando. Ok. Y nos vemos en el próximo en vivo, ¿vale? En el próximo en vivo del Queen Mary. Y igual recuerden que voy a seguir subiendo videitos para que los vean. Mucho. Creo que lo único que nos dejaron, creo que la cámara 1. No, ya, vale. Vale. Muchas gracias, amigos, en verdad. Muchas gracias, en verdad. Va que va, te me pensientes ese proyecto.